Alright, folks. You always have to start a YouTube video at the side. It really brings in the viewers. Anyway, I'm gonna get started officially in a minute or two. As usual, I have to set up the late chat. Actually, do I anymore? I don't know, I should probably check, because I can't manage the broadcast in the settings. Yeah, that's why I have to do it. Yeah, I was just checking something, so... Where are we? Where are you now? That I need you. Oh yeah. You're gonna be hearing a ton of Eurovision references today, because this panda boy watched it today. It was fun. No one knows I'm streaming. I'm streaming sneakily incognito. They will never know. Mwahaha. Oh no, somebody liked it. They know! They know! Oh no, they know! Ah, kid. Alright, so we are going to get started in a bit. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Hey folks! Once again, I am back with another episode of Password, so great to see y'all here. Alright, so I am gonna get out of studio mode. This is my permanent mode now. But yes, today is gonna be kind of a weird day in terms of streaming. Normally I don't do double streams. I'm trying not to. Trying my best. Yeah, so what my plan is to do with Password, because Password has some weird tendencies to overlap on certain days, more frequently than some other novels, so sometimes I really have to check and be like, okay, I don't want to have to double, triple, quadruple, whatever dip on doing day 20, just because I'm playing the same day but different routes. And in this case, I played Dean's day 18 and 19 on... what was the day? It was someday last week, I think, but yeah, so I only got up to finishing day 19, and so hearing about day 20 being kind of a common roots day, I decided that I'm going to first stream Tyson's days 18 and 19, and then after this, after I do that, end this stream technically, but then restart another one for day 20, just so it's a separate video. Just in case people want to come back to it and be like, I don't want to watch days 18 and 19 all over again, just to watch Tyson's day 20 or Dean's day 20 or, whatever, things like that. So, yeah, I'm doing that thing. And welcome, Blazed. We had a really good time watching Eurovision today. That was fun. Yeah, if anybody missed it, I was streaming Eurovision in my Discord on Tuesday and Thursday. Probably going to do it again on Saturday to conclude things. So that is going to be fun. But yeah, like I said, stream to do Tyson's days that I missed, and then day 20 will be a stream right after this. But I'm going to do both tonight so I can knock Password out of the way, and then do the Smoke Room tomorrow. Then after that I have to knock out the massive amount of Tennessee stuff that I missed out on the past few months. I thought that the updates got blocked or delayed, and turned out they were. It was just that they came out in this past month, and I was kind of doing other things, being busy and all, and missed it. So yeah, I'm really bad at checking that stuff. So usually I'm waiting for somebody to be like, hey Dirk, there's an update out for Tennessee. Yeah, so that's, yeah, thanks Hector. Love your Vector avatar. I love your VTuber avatar. So awesome and cool. Well, thanks. Saint Bolart on Twitter did it. I have his profile like tag, or I have his tag in the description in case anybody wants to follow him. He makes awesome art. I also commissioned him for the profile pic you see for my YouTube channel. So yeah, the little icon circle thingamajig, that was also him. Really love commissioning him. Really nice guy. Yeah, I got it really quickly, but then again, it was like there was a lot of just, you know, trying to catch up with life and all that stuff for the writer and whatnot, so I understand. So, fair enough. Kind of in the same situation. Both he and I were like, oh my god, life, work, school, all that. Anyway, we are going to go to the load screen. This is the Dean page. The Dean page is in brown. Dean colored. Come on, page 8. Oh, that was page 8. Now, Tyson's is on page 6. I forgot. I keep switching those up in my head. This is where we ended. Technically, it's going to start on day 18, but of course, at the end of the update, you're going to not have the next day. So, yeah. Days 18 and 19. Those are going to be so fun. Looking forward to seeing what we get. Well, besides the new day transition art, that's another thing that's new. Yeah, here we go. Are you all ready? Aw, called him shy. Or called him or her shy. That's cute. Turtles. Turtles are fun. Anyway, we should get started. Alright, with that out of the way, with my angry face, what just happened? Did I do something? If I press F1, it does that. Hopefully it doesn't do that when I... Oh, dang it, it might do that when I'm on load screen. Ah, well. At least it doesn't do it on any other screen. I've been having problems with just the function keys also being keys for like other things in different programs. So maybe someday I'll get like a MIDI keyboard thing just to do these expressions. Yes, I am very distractible today, so with that out of the way, let's begin. Alright, so for context. Anybody got context? Head empty. Only Tyson. As I say that, I update the timestamp, but we are gonna go to bed. Oh, I noticed the lines there are blue because we're on the Tyson route. Awesome. See, this is why I mentioned my new day transition. You can't save on it anymore, folks. Alright. Anyway. I knew I was dreaming before I could question if I was awake or not. Home. It was the last thing I had been thinking of when talking to Ty before bed. It was the last thing I was holding on to as a safe place to return to. I found myself standing in the front yard of my street. It was too familiar. It was safe. It was something. Oh no. F1 does everything now. F1. Yep, what the heck is F1 such a weird thing? It just... Every single program for some reason is doing this, so apologies there. Anyway. I found myself standing in the front yard of my street. It was familiar. It was safe. And it was something far removed from all my troubles at the mansion. But just thinking about my troubles made me remember what was looming over me in a couple of days. Specifically, how many I didn't know. But that was a job for the coming days. The vault, or Thanatos had told me that at least. The full moon was going to be the next marker when something was going to go wrong. If I hadn't seen it myself, I might have not believed him. Part of me wondered if I still did know full well that Tyson wasn't a werewolf. couldn't be. They just didn't exist. But the reality that he killed Orlando was hard to shake after I'd seen the state of Orlando's body and Tyson in the light of the full moon covered in blood. So, what are you gonna do now? Hearing the Thanatos in my dream talk, I sent chills up my spine. He was taunting me to do something. Not that I needed the encouragement. I was going to save Tyson and Orlando. I just needed to figure out how. But the prospect made my head hurt, and as it surged through my system, the dream began to fade. Come on, Junior. It's all on you now. I knew it was, but the stress of worrying about screwing it up made my headache all the worse. As I opened my eyes, my head was killing me with a splitting headache. Similar to the one yesterday, but mild enough that I was able to at least sit up and ease myself into being awake proper. I had things that kept getting in the way of my page. I don't know why. I had things I need to do today. Mostly just checking in on Ty. Maybe Orlando. Figuring out when the next full moon was. Then I had to follow up on why my parents were here and why the connection was. What the connection was. What was it? Let me try something quickly. Damn it. It didn't work. Yeah, something's wrong here in this house. Alright. Then I had to follow up on why my parents were here and what the connection was. It had to be more than what I'd been told already, but maybe I was just being hopeful. Grumbling, I clutched my head and got out of bed, throwing on some clothes before grabbing my phone and making my way downstairs. By the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, I realized how quiet it was for the time. Oh! Dean's voice echoing out from the dining room alerted me to someone else at least being up, and I followed the scent of coffee that hit me soon after into the dining room. Oh, that's so sweet, Amaryl. I didn't know you're on an internship job. Congrats. But that's fun. Great to see you doing that. Oh, well. Always do your work first, kids, but if you can, watch me. I get it. Work comes first. Anyway. When I took my first step into the dining room, though... Hey, good morning. Before me was Dean, sitting at the table with a cup of coffee, but with him on the table was Thanatos seemingly getting manhandled and none too happy about it. Well, what are you doing? I was just enjoying a cup of coffee when this little guy showed up. Seems friendly enough. What makes you say that? Well, he hasn't bit me yet. I looked to Thanatos, and I looked to the screen. Apologies, folks. I am probably going to change a setting in my keyboard. My apologies. I have when in doubt, just change the keyboard settings. Temporarily, you will become F9. Nothing bad happens with F9, of course. Alright. I looked to Thanatos, uncertain. All he did was give me a look somewhere between annoyance and a plea for help. Should you really be messing with a rat you found? What if he has a disease? Could be a... I kept forgetting I'm not using that key anymore. Can't be a wild one. See? He has a collar. That makes him a great pet, right? Again, I looked at Thanatos, who seemed just about ready to bite something, but had remained quiet this whole time. Maybe, but he doesn't seem to like you messing around with him like that. If he didn't, I'm sure he'd let me know. As if taking the invitation, Thanatos quickly bit down on Dean's hand, freeing himself. Ow! Told you. Fuck, damn it, I forgot again. Told you. You're a lot bigger than he is. You might have hurt him. You think so? I don't see how I could have hurt him. Why not? A set of lazy footfalls entering the room distracted the both of us from Thanatos, still on the table, to look at Oswin as he entered from the foyer. Good morning. Morning. Hey, Oswin. I found this rat. Does he belong to you? With a sigh, Oswin looked down to Thanatos. He may as well. I hope he hasn't been misbehaving. Well, he just bit me. Okay, you were treating him kind of rough, though. Yes. No, this was not good. I didn't mean to do that. I'm angry at myself for doing that. Yes, well, I'll be taking him back now. Yes, technical difficulties again. I changed one of my settings because, for some reason, F1 is just messing around with everything for some reason. I need a separate keyboard for my PNG tuber functions. Yeah, I'll have to figure that out sometime. Oh shit, what did I just do? What just happened? You were treating him kinda rough, though. Yes, well, I'll be taking him back now. Come along, Thanatos. Thanatos looked back towards Dean and then me, staying put on his spot on the table. Thanatos, I swear I will pick you up by the scruff if I have to. Won't that hurt him? Trust me, he'll be fine. Sure, I guess so. Before anyone could say anything else, Oswin picked up Thanatos, looking him over. Next time, stay in your damn cage. He was unceremoniously shoved into one of Oswin's pockets and out of sight in a flash, leaving the three of us in silence. Words, like violence, break the silence. Sorry about that. He's prone to misbehavior. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to go make myself some coffee. I'll bring one out for you as well before I head to bed, Dave. I took a seat next to Dean, and the two of us watched Oswin disappear into the kitchen. When he was out of sight, Dean put an arm over the back of my chair and leaned in close. Do you reckon he knows that rat isn't alive? I spun my head quickly to look at Dean, eyes bulging out of my head. What do you mean? Well, it looks alive, but it's not. It's gotta be robotic. No way a normal rat is that heavy. Plus, that bite. He showed me his hand, still weeping with a small trickle of blood. That was some biting force. Dean! Dean, you're bleeding! Oh, it'll stop soon enough. Good thing my hands are a little calloused from yard work, huh? Coffee for you, Dave? Should anyone need me today, let Benson know and he can come get me. I have some things to attend to. What things? Disciplining a rat for starters, but mostly just making sure everything is in its place. Would not hurt to make sure the vault is still operational should the worst happen. It's been a few days since anything happened. Think we're still at risk? I can confirm that we're not. And it's not as if I have anything better to do. You could stick around for the... You could stick around the rest of us. Okay, yeah, you could stick around the rest of us and maybe we could watch a movie? I shall pass, thank you. Although there's some merit into your idea. If Thanatos wasn't a factor, I wouldn't have minded a dip in the hot tub. Even with people in the woods? I wouldn't go unarmed, I do. Although I do see some level of carelessness in that. So, is going outside just out of the question? In the back of my mind, the thought of Thanatos taking me all the way into the headspace made me wonder how much of a risk I had taken by following his rims. His rims. Dude, Thanatos has got the sickest rims, man. But in the back of my mind, the thought of Thanatos taking me all the way into the hedge maze made me wonder how much of a risk I had taken by following his whims. Alone, perhaps. But so long as there's someone with you, or if you're armed, or perhaps hidden enough, it should be fine. He stroked his beard soon after, thinking it over. Well, I'll be going now. If something comes up, tell Benson. I warmed my hands with the coffee he brought me, watching him leave before turning to Dean. Where were we? Oh, yeah, you're bleeding! I said I'm fine. It's already slowing down, although it stings a little. Serves you right for messing with an animal like that, though. You mean robot? You don't know that? Guess not. Although, if you get a chance to hold on to that rat, you tell me how it compares to a regular one. I drank from the coffee. I drank from my coffee, and wondered why Thanatos had come to the dining room. What was here? Was he waiting for someone? Not that I had much in the way of time to think about it before everyone else started arriving for breakfast. Oh, good morning, you two. Normally you two are up before I am.
Given how things have been lately, I've been getting what sleep I can.
I've been awake for a while now, but just resting in bed. While it might not be sleep, I'll take what I can get. Shut the fuck up, you fat fuck! Oh boy. Those of us already in the room looked at one another before I groaned into my coffee. Jesus Christ, not again. Tyson's awake.
And picking on Orlando by the sounds of things.
Well, we don't know just yet. The day we got on the bus, I was feeling similar emotions to what Tyson is likely feeling now.
Dude, harsh.
Dean stood to say something before. Dean stood to say something, but before he could, Tyson came storming in, looking upset about something. No one say a fucking word. His gaze went immediately to me when I opened my mouth to say good morning. It was enough to tell me that I was included in his sweeping demand. He made his way down the room and into the kitchen. Shutters hunched and fur bristled. The door slammed closed behind him, the sound echoing through another room. Or through the room. Orlando stopped into the room, looking just as tense and looked at each of us much like Tyson did. What? Are you okay? He's an asshole! I didn't even do anything! Orlando, what did you say? Nothing!
Okay, but what did you say?
He just said that he didn't say anything. All I asked was if he was feeling better after yesterday. Orlando. Okay, maybe there was a little bit more sass in there when I asked.
And how much more sass?
Roswell made himself known at this point, having arrived shortly behind Orlando.
I believe the line was, "Good morning. Do you think you're going to be less of an asshole today, or should I just go back to bed?"
Jesus! Jesus Christ, Orlando! Orlando, go apologize.
That's not a good idea. Not while he's in as much of a mood as he's in.
Then after. Fine. But I'm not going anywhere near him until he's calmed down. Dean rose properly from his chair and downed the rest of his coffee before wandering over to Haas, clapping him on his shoulder. Everyone sit tight. Haas and I will go walk to Tyson and get slapped. Haas and I will go talk to Tyson and get breakfast going. I should get something for my hand, and we can't just not have breakfast. Be careful? Oh, I will. Don't think he could do much to me anyway. Dean and Haas wandered off into the kitchen, and the moment they did, Tyson started yelling with Dean. Dear Christ, not again. Oh boy. If anything, it was a reminder of what I had to avoid, and Tyson was getting worse, it seemed. Whatever the cause was, I had to figure it out and do something to stop it. By the time the three of them emerged from the kitchen, it was almost like it was the first day we arrived. Tyson was up near the end of the table, and the rest of us were tiredly eating breakfast with just as tired smiles on our faces. I kept looking down the table to Tyson, wondering what I should do. Did he want company? Did he need company? Or did I just want to be around him, given he was all by himself? As for me, I was worried. We'd almost been here 3 weeks, and there was still no telling when we could go home if the rest of the road the way it was. I took it upon myself to quietly clear the table, taking the plates and cutlery into the kitchen, and began to wash the dishes while I thought things out. Just having the time to mull it over while I kept my hands busy helped. And one of the reasons why I like to do arts and crafts when I was just waiting for the time to go by. But when all the dishes were done, I knew the only way forward was to talk out my worries with someone else, and I knew just who to go to. Ty? I'd seen him wander downstairs, which to me read that he was heading towards the gym. Given he wanted to be left alone, maybe vent some anger, the gym made sense to me. But as I looked around, he wasn't here. I couldn't hear the sound of a punching bag getting struck either. I backed out and looked around the basement. It was cold and dark, but importantly quiet. Most importantly quiet, sorry. Are you down here?
What do you want?
He stopped out from where he'd been standing against the wall in the corner. Whether or not we'd just missed each other or he watched me walk right past him, I didn't know. I wanted to talk. He huffed, tensing up.
Not now, my head's hurting.
Right, well, after yesterday, I just wanted to make sure you're okay. And I stopped myself, wondering if it was best to tell him or not. He was barely looking at me, but was at least giving me the space to speak my mind. Something happened, and I'd love your help if you were able to.
Dude, I don't know. I'd just love to go back to bed.
Well, I'm not going to force you, but I guess there's something. I guess there's nothing else to add there. I'm not going to force you. He looked at me curiously before sighing, shaking his head.
What'd you want to talk about?
Can I be blunt?
If you're going to chew me out for what happened this morning, you can fuck off right now.
No, it's not that.
Good. Then what?
I used the vault yesterday.
Am I going to die again?
The way he said it sounded sarcastic. It was either he didn't believe me or just his mood souring his attitude towards the conversation. Not exactly. But I gotta ask you. Are you... have you ever thought about...
Dude, spit it out.
Do you have any reason to kill Orlando?
Huh?
He was a little stunned by the question, but seemed to think about it. Brow furrowed and quiet before he came back with his answer.
So Orlando's gonna die next.
That's what the vault showed me last. It's why yesterday was a bit... I don't know.
Nah. I get it. You see that shit, and no wonder you come running to grill me about what was wrong.
Well, no. That happened after I talked to you, or... Well, no. That happened after I talked to you in Orlando.
Then why the fuck... Oh, I thought he was really angry for a second. Sorry. Then why the fuck were you asking me shit yesterday?
Just... I had a hunch something was wrong. I figured I'd check.
Fine.
So, you have no reason to kill Orlando? Unless he's gonna come out and say that he's the one fucking up this vacation and blew up the road. Can't say I do. And you're not... werewolf, right? What? Dude, do you realize how dumb you're sounding right now? Those don't exist. Just wolves. Well, I don't know. Just had to ask. Was there anything else? I looked at him warily before shaking my head. Not on that, at least. He looked at me expectantly, tilting his head. What is it? Something else came up yesterday, but I'll need you to come up to my room for it. Can't you bring it down here? I suppose I could, but I don't know. Privacy might be nice for this. I don't really know what it means yet. Then how the fuck am I meant to help? Please just come up to my room. You can leave after, I promise. You're not going to take no for an answer either way, huh? Well, no, not really. Fine. But this better be good. Quietly, we made our way upstairs. The others seemed to be off doing other things, far enough away that Tyson and I were unnoticed as we headed towards the bedroom. Oh. I haven't shown you anything yet. Not that. It's quieter in here. Because... fuck if I know. Just is. You mean compared to the basement or your room? My room. Has this kinda high-pitched buzz to it. Drives me nuts. Ty, you've been putting up with that for almost 3 weeks now? Why didn't you say anything? Nah. Not 3 weeks. Just every now and again. Figured I was imagining it. Or it was because the house is old. Nah, don't ask me. Let's put a pin in that because I want to show you this other thing, but if there's something going on with your room, well... then hurry up. I rolled my eyes, snatching up Dad's license from where I stashed it and sat down on the bed. When Ty didn't follow suit immediately after, I pulled on his arm until he was sitting next to me. So... I found this yesterday. Handing him the card, I watched his expression shift from being annoyed to confused to surprised, and then right back to being annoyed. David's license? He was here, Ty. Multiple times. That doesn't make any sense. Why'd he come all the way out here? When? When I asked Austin, he said it was stuff regarding work. An investigation or something, but that's not the reason he kept coming back. What? Dad knew he was going to die. He came here the night it happened. After he left for work that night, he came here. Tyson's nose scrunched up and he started to snarl. At no one in particular, but he wasn't taking the information well. Ty? That bastard came here knowing he was going to die. After the talk we had and everything. The guy talk? Yeah. Didn't think he was having this chat, but because we literally couldn't have it any other time. But it was a good conversation, right? At the time, I fucking thought so. With a groan, he flopped back on the bed and started teasing the fur around his collar, staring at the ceiling. Asshole. Ty, that's my dad you're talking about. Yeah, well, you don't get it. Then help me get it. I watched him as he sulked on the bed, not saying a word more. Fine. Don't tell me now. Tell me later. We're not done. He grunted, and I took that as permission to keep talking. Mom was here too. A little after Dad had died. Again, he grunted, although I got the impression he really didn't care. Both my parents were here, Ty. Now, I'm here going through all this stuff with the vault and just... Isn't it odd? Why is all this happening? I left out the part of Dad seeing me die for a reason. Part of me wasn't sure I fully believed Austin about it. And I didn't want him to pick any more fights over it, just in case. What doesn't matter? Your dad is dead. Your mom doesn't care about you. Who fucking cares? What he said stung me. And he sat up quickly, grumbling. Sorry. I didn't mean it like that. What I mean is like... What's it going to change if we find out now? It's not going to change anything for us now, and it's sure as hell not going to change anything back home. I guess so. Now, tell me how you really feel. There just has to be something to this, right? Like, how realistic is it to expect that Dad came here, died, and then Mom came here, and now I'm here? I don't know. Roswell invited you here, right? Ask him. I guess that's a good place to start. Are we done now? Well... What now? I don't know, Ty. I'm worried. What if you accidentally kill Orlando after all? What would happen to you afterwards? Nothing until we get off this mountain. I don't think that's true. You have to deal with what the others would think. Plus, in the moments, what if one of them panics and... Dave, listen to me very carefully. You need to shut up. What do you mean? I don't want to hear about me getting killed, especially with this headache. It's getting better, but fuck, give me a break. You're not worried at all? I'm worried when you're worried, sure. I just don't go panicking about shit that hasn't happened yet. He shoved me gently and I let myself flop onto the bed beside him. Like I said last night, I'll get a gun and we'll be fine. You're the one at risk of doing the killing, remember? Gun isn't for me. I'll give it to Dean or you, or hell, even Orlando. I act up, shoot me. I sat up again in a panic, eyes wide. In the leg, dumbass. Somewhere I won't eat shit and die in case it's a misunderstanding. I relaxed a little, but started to fiddle with my hands, unsure. How long have we got? I don't know. You got nothing? Only that it's the next full moon. Fucking great. Explains the werewolf thing, though. I'll ask Haas when the next full moon is later. You think he'd know how? Well, I'm not going to ask Roswell. Okay. Once more I fell back onto the bed and started at the ceiling. Once more I fell back onto the bed and stared at the ceiling. Much in the same way Tyson had moments before. He copied me, laying back and sighing as he got comfortable. Shit's fucked, right? Sure. Yeah. I mean, things are messed up. You swear a lot, you know that? I don't fucking give a goddamn shit fucking crap about that. I'm gonna get demonetized for that. Joke's on you, I haven't even monetized it yet. Future Dirk, or past Dirk, whatever Dirk I'm talking to. Maybe I will. I don't know. I mean, I started up my Patreon again. Anyway. I'm in pain. Give me a break. I chuckled to myself, snickering at first before rolling into a quiet laugh. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Oh no, I wonder if he reads this. You're a swearwolf, Ty. He reached over me and grabbed a pillow, whipping me across the chest, but it didn't stop my laughter. God, you're a pain. You like it. Maybe. We got comfortable on the bed, and Ty cuddled me from behind. Before long, he was peacefully asleep, snoring quietly behind me. As for me, I just lay there comfortably with my thoughts, wondering what my next move was. My mind kept coming back to wondering what had tried to kill Tyson the first time, and how we'd end up afterwards. The very thought made me tremble, but the hand Tyson had hooked around my chest, he rubbed me idly as he slept. Oh wait. The very thought made me tremble, but the hand Tyson had hooked around my chest rubbed me idly as he slept. How much was he conscious? How much was he aware how I was feeling while he was asleep? There were too many things going through my head, and that led me to thinking about how much was too much. Maybe overthinking things like this was just normal, especially when it came to people you loved. But that was just it. My love for Tyson was not just platonic, brotherly love the more I thought about it. My heart ached for something I just couldn't have and felt I had no reason to ask for. Not that he hadn't already made it abundantly clear, but at what point was it just going to start to drive a wedge between us? What we had right now was brotherly. It was nice, but I feared that it wasn't going to be enough for me moving forward. No wonder I was pushed towards Dean. Maybe he just knew that it wasn't meant to be. Eventually, I got up, wiggling out of Tyson's grasp and replacing myself with the other pillow. The idea that his room was louder confused me, but bothered me enough that I wanted to see for myself, if only to check. Finding myself in his room was strange without him being in it. Almost like I was trespassing somewhere I shouldn't despise it being a borrowed room to begin with. But the room didn't sound any different, even when I closed my eyes to focus. As far as I could tell, it was just the same as my room.
Oi, what are you doing?
Thanatos?
What?
What are you doing?
I asked you first.
I was just checking out Tyson's room.
He's not here.
Yeah, he's in my room right now.
Well, aren't you clever?
Okay, what did I do? I just want to ask about the license stuff.
Right. I did tell you about that yesterday, didn't I?
Doesn't explain why you're in his room, though.
What's it to ya?
Well, Ty said that his room is loud. Plus his headache. It's all just, I don't know, strange.
Strange in what way?
Why would his room be louder than mine if his was soundproofed?
That's not how soundproofing works.
It'd explain why no one else has mentioned anything. It'd explain why no one else has mentioned hearing anything coming from Ty's room, though, right?
Got me there. You're right. That would stop the sound from getting out for sure.
Then, time to start looking for the sound of the source. The source of the sound. Time to start looking for the source of the sound. You can tell me why you're here while I look.
Fat chance that's going to happen.
Rumbling, I wandered around checking Ty's things. Nothing really stood out, just piles of clothes. Ty didn't have much in the way of stuff, but there was notably a pile of things that looked like he'd taken from around the house.
He's a thief, you know.
I know. I'll talk to him about it. As I was checking under the bed, Thanatos wandered over and stood next to me, peering under the bed as well.
Expecting to see a monster under the bed.
I'm just hoping to find something to hint towards what Tyson is hearing. Like, how my room is bugged or something.
Good luck finding anything. There's nothing like that here.
What makes you so sure?
Those times you heard our swing? That was me under the bed. You dingus.
Really? Really? His smug grin made me wonder if this was just a ruse or if he was telling the truth.
Really? Easier to communicate using my collar than setting up a complete set of bugs. Don't need a video either. Just audio so I can stay out of sight.
Okay, now I found now I found Thanatos' voice. I was really getting more Aussie with it earlier. Pulling my head out from under Ty's bed, I frowned at Thanatos and shook my head. Okay, I don't believe you.
Do or don't. Doesn't bother me either way.
Thanatos, what do you think Tyson is hearing?
Could be anything.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything that could have made a sound, so unless it's his phone or... I looked to Thanatos again, who wore yet another smug grin. Were you in his room this morning?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, if you were in his room, you could, like... I don't know. Play loud music or something?
Music? Nah. But something like this, though. Oh.
I'm so sorry for that. I ruined stream. Anyway, I covered my ears as suddenly a high-pitched tone sounded. It was hard to tell if it was loud. God, but it hurt my ears all the same. God, okay, stop! You sure? Yes, quit it! And as soon as it started, it stopped. A faint ringing in my head remaining as I gathered my thoughts. What was that? You won my best approximation of what could play. Well, yes, but that was awful! What did you expect? Not exactly the same thing that Tyson heard, but you wouldn't be able to hear what he did anyway. So it was you! Why? I'm just following orders. But orders from who? My master wanted to run a test and let me pick the parameters. Don't really know don't know when I came up with the idea, but this isn't the first time. Since we've been here? Across my lifetime. Next you're gonna say, so even after yesterday you still went through with tormenting Ty? Thanatos shook his head, shrugging. Yes, cause I'm just doing what I was programmed to do. I get some freedoms, but I still do what I'm told. For the right person, anyway. Then, what happens now that I know? Well, I haven't been given a specific instruction for if you found out. Guess you just have to do something about it to stop what's going to happen. And you don't feel bad about it? At all? You're talking to a machine, Junior. You're the one that said you were bored. Which is it? Call it ambiguous commands. You try waking up for the first time in the timeline and already know everything about your master before you've even been introduced. That doesn't sound like an ambiguous command. What was so ambiguous about it? Okay, all I was told was to push Tyson into going nuts on the full moon by hiding in his room. No. No specifics, no plans. No plans for if you found out, nothing. And the boredom thing? Why doesn't matter? What should matter is what you intend on doing about my commands and telling me to mess with your friend. Do you really not care? Do you really not care? Like I told you, I wasn't made to feel empathy. Just fulfill my commands and that's it. Okay, I command you to tell me what your commands are. Points are trying, but that's not gonna work. If my command is to entertain myself, then that's just a lot of processing to be done. Just as well that I exist outside the normal timeline, that is. So, you're going to be bothering Tyson until the full moon? So long as he's in his room. A few moments passed before it clicked. I sat upright. Oh. I'm silly. Oh, I get it. Good. Maybe we'll both get what we want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I wanna really, really want for you to say. Thanatos and Dave start going into a Spice Girls session. It's like, also just hearing them jam out in Tyson's bedroom. It's like, I told that rat to play the high-pitched noise. Why is he playing Spice Girls? It's like, why is there Spice Girls going on in the other room? Okay. What do you want? What could something like you even want? whatever you can imagine is going to be more exciting than any lie I could come up with. Right, well, okay then. What are you going to do now? Probably go back to Ty and see how he's doing. Good. I have someone I need to check in with, too. Let's open the door so we can both leave. Who? Not going to get that out of me. Nice try. After some more prodding with no results, I left the room and Thanatos basically ran over my foot to stop himself from getting locked in again. Len! Spice Girls would probably drive Tyson mad as fuck. Maybe the high-pitched noise was just the Spice Girls. It was like a high-pitched, but it's like high-pitched Spice Girls. Oh god, Spice Girls reference. Alright. I watched him disappear downstairs and out of sight, but for the most part I felt that saving Tyson was going to be much easier now. But it was only after he disappeared that I realized I missed my chance to question him about his reappearance. Just before breakfast, but I was sure I'd be able to ask him later. Ty? Closing the door behind me, I stepped into my own room. He murmured in his sleep as I sipped my sparkling water. Why am I like this? What? Sorry, just making sure you were still here. Of course I'm still here. Why the fuck would I leave? Did you want to sleep some more? Dude, I was sleeping before you woke me up. Right, sorry. Don't worry about it. Just get back here. Why? Look, I'm still tired, so just get over here, right? Go over to the bed, stay by the door. Tough choice, really tough choice. I had to save for this decision. This was... Wait, did my save window go somewhere else? I can go into data. Oh, that's what the save is. Data. Data. Tough choices here. I know what I would choose. I just need to quickly load. I just need to quickly load this just so I can save it. Sorry, folks. Quick second here. Just go quickly save that and go back. So don't worry, I'm not leaving y'all yet hanging. Just want to save that. Let's get loaded. All right, back to normal. Let's continue. Let's go over to the bed. Let's love. Let's get out. Oh. Okay. He sat up a little as I got closer and he motioned. He sat up a little as I got closer and he motioned with his hand. I can't read basic English. He sat up a little as I got closer and he motioned with his head for me to lay down again. Swiveled around so we were actually using the bed properly compared to when he'd fallen asleep before. We'll get a couple hours in, have lunch, then go do something after. Just us. Sure. That'd probably be fine. The moment I lay down, he was behind me, pulling me in close with an arm around my chest again. My head still hurts, but it's getting better. Much like before, it wasn't long before Tyson was out like a light. Out like a night light. Oh god, that's an old reference now. Much like before, it wasn't long before Tyson was out like a light, and just cuddled up in front of him, I found myself drifting off too. I didn't dream, but I did sleep. Or rather, Instead of dreams, I had vague colors, that sense that crossed my barely conscious mind as I lay there. Ooh. Nothing in particular, just remnants of pleasant memories of flashing across my mind, but I welcomed them all the same. After a nap that lasted longer than we both intended, we made our way downstairs to get some lunch.
Grilled cheese?
Yeah! Heck yeah! Grilled cheese! Give me the cheese! He shrugged and took a seat while I carried bread and cheese over to the counter to start putting things together.
Hey, listen. Thanks for... that. Before.
For what?
The nap. I needed it.
It's not like I could have handed you a candy bar and then you'd feel better. That only works on Roswell. And me. Fun fact, it would work on me, especially if it's frozen. I like my frozen candy bars. Well, if it's like solid chocolate. Frozen caramel would suck. It hurts your teeth.
I'm not a kid either.
You don't have to be a kid to like candy either, Ty. Just, I don't know. Candy makes me feel better sometimes.
You're lucky you're not as fat as Orlando and Roswell, then.
Dude, don't call them fat! They're just... I tried to think of a nicer way to phrase it, but I wasn't wrong. We both could afford to cut back on snack foods. Well, you could afford to eat more. Ha! Got him! Yeah! Roasting the poor kid for not eating enough food. Yeah! I'm a great person.
I would if you'd hurry up and make my sandwich. Dave, make me a sandwich.
That needs to be just out of context. Tyson asking Dave to make him a sandwich. Wow. Wow. Is that all I'm good for now?
Given how fast that sandwich is happening, not at all.
Oof. Ooh. Ooh. Damn.
Besides, I've been trying. It's just hard unless I eat yours. Unless I eat at yours. I get hard when I eat your sandwiches. I didn't say that.
Yeah. So, 2 grilled cheese sandwiches then.
1.5. I'll split it with you.
Then who the fuck is gonna have the other half sandwich? What? Sure. While I continued to work, Ty remained there quietly, watching me as I moved about the kitchen, sliding my rolling chair, but like terribly because it's on carpet. Watching me as I moved about the kitchen, and then while I watched the cheese grill. His eyes not leaving me once.
Listen, Dave. How are you doing? Really?
What do you mean?
Just want to check.
I sat down next to him, sliding over his lunch while I looked at mine to think over his question. I think I'm doing okay. It hasn't even been a week and things feel both tender and not tender at the same time. Then there's other things on my mind with what's happening outside and just... I get it. You do? Maybe not exactly. It sounds like too much. How many days have we been here, Ty? Please tell me the month is almost over so we can go home. I haven't been keeping count. Maybe a week left. Probably more. Right. Yeah. I hung my head and I could hear Tyson crunching into his sandwich, hungrily devouring what he had and sighing out while I nibbled on the half that existed from what Ty didn't want. Not hungry. Not hungry. Just trouble. Do you want more? I'm not taking food off your plate, Dave. I took the full sandwich and put it on his, continuing to nibble on the piece I had. Dad would want me to share with my brother. I caught him flinching at that comment, but he took the sandwich all the same and started to eat again, although slower this time. What did you and Dad talk about that day anyway? He ate slower again, keeping his gaze away from me while I tried to make eye contact. Still too soon for me to know? It's just messy stuff. I'll tell you later. Why do you want to know anyway? Why do you want to know anyway? It was one of the last conversations he had before I never saw him again, so... Ever think about why I don't want to tell you? Or ever think that's why I don't want to tell you? Wait, you knew that he wouldn't be coming back? Dude, that's not what I said, but... It was heavy stuff. Remember we took a fucking hour to go over everything? He got up, downing the rest of his sandwich and taking the plate from me despite not being finished. Dude. Hurry up. We're going somewhere. Where? Hurry up and I'll show you. Taking both of the plates over to the sink, he left them there before taking the door and leading towards the foyer rather than cutting through the dining room. I took a few moments longer to finish eating before following Tyson in the direction he went, spotting him leaving out the back door. Remaining by the door, I looked around in case there was anyone else out here with us. I couldn't see any flashes of white among the trees, just Ty standing on the grass, waiting for me. Come on, it's fine. He reached out and I rushed over to take his hand, holding it tight. We're gonna do something. But first, I'm gonna take a sip of this sparkling water. Totally no homo, though. Only the manliest people drink sparkling water. Do what? Put your mind at ease. So just trust me on this. Where did you get that sparkling water? Just drink it. Alright. He led me over to the spot in the yard where the two of us and Dean talked about what might have caused Tyson to die. Hang on. I gotta find something I buried here. God, is he just gonna start digging at it and we're gonna be like, just like a dog. I'm not a dog. Like that. I gotta find something buried here. What were you doing burying stuff over here? Figured that if someone's gonna try doing me in, may as well prepare something just in case. Like... Ty got on his knees and started to dig around in the soil, slowing down once he got to a certain point and then sat back with a dirty knife in front of him. Like a knife? Just in case, So I had a weapon. Tyson, what do you got? A knife. No! Jesus. But that... When did you even bury this here? He shrugged, picking the knife up and holding it over to me. It looked like a regular kitchen knife, but I guess that made sense given how accessible the things in the kitchen were. Is this just a spare one? Went looking around and found an older one in one of the drawers. Assumed no one would notice it was missing if all the ones in the knife block were still there. I guess that's smart. We're out. Oh, Jesus Christ. We're out here to teach you to defend yourself. Also, something else. Like what? Tell me about this guy that chased you in the forest. Pulls out a knife. The... rabbit? Yeah. Take this knife and describe it to me. Not the best thing to talk about! Just trust me. You'll feel better while you're holding the knife. Taking the knife in hand, I breathed in, looking at just how dirty it was. Probably blunt, too. Well, he appeared when I was in the watermill and then brought me outside. Then didn't really want me to let go, I think. Or didn't want to let me go, I think. That doesn't tell me much. What's there to really tell? He followed me when I tried to head back. Had a knife, and then chased me back here. Think he would have caught you if you wanted. Yeah. He was faster than me. Shit. Who does that anyway? What a psycho. What do you mean? I'm thinking about it in terms of how to bully someone. If he wanted to kill you, he would have. Okay, this isn't making me feel better, Ty. That's the point. He was just playing with you in the most fucked up way possible. Which makes you just wonder why. He grabbed me and held a knife to my throat. Yeah, and if this guy is working for the mob, then why didn't he just do it? Because of the gunshot. I meant before that. Like, shit. Why go through the motions if you're being hired to kill someone? Maybe he's a bad assassin. Do you really think that? I looked down at the knife in my hand and then back to Ty. He let me get back to the house. And then... did Jack really try and kill me? Was it just to put on a show? I could feel the knife on my neck still. The way it bit against my skin and under the fur. What is his goal? Ty shrugged. He looked into the forest, squinting through the dark before looking back to me. Scare the shit out of you. I don't know. Maybe the mob just works that way. Could ask Orlando, maybe. All I got as a reply from that was Ty loudly scoffing at the idea, looking back at the house. Reckon he's working with them? Reckon he's working with them? Who, Orlando? Don't think so, given, many reasons. Such as... He's soft? Like me. He doesn't like the fighting or the typically doing bad things in general. So that's a bust. What about Dean? What about Dean? When we were talking about this like a week ago, he mentioned a bear. I think he meant a wild one. And if he didn't? You can't suspect Dean all of a sudden, can you? No, but I don't have much to fucking go off of, do I? I just don't want you getting hurt. And this is teaching me how to defend myself? Oh, right. Ty reached out and grabbed the knife off me, before grabbing a chunk of fur just underneath where my ear ended. The moment he tugged, I yelped, a stinging pain coursing through my body. First tip, you could just grab here and yank. Something I picked up at some point. So just do that if I'm being attacked? If you're being grabbed, maybe. Otherwise, just... He bumped me quickly somewhere under the ribs. Not hard, but enough to show where he was talking. Hitting someone there will win him. You should remember that one. Oh. Right. Another thing to use if you need to get away. And the knife? If you're going to use it, stab it anywhere where that's... If you're going to use it, stab it anywhere that's going to hurt. What if I kill them? The fuck do you mean? You only meant to do this if they're attacking you. That's why you'd have the knife. He knelt and started burying it again, patting the soil where he was done. Or when he was done. That help? Just remember there's a knife here in case you need it. Ty. Did we really need to come out here for this? We could have gone over this indoors. There was another reason to come out here. I wanted you out here to show you that it's not scary. You weren't the one that got chased, Ty. No. But it's this thing I've noticed Haas doing. He leaned on a tree and reached out for my hand, unsure of what he was doing. I took it and followed his gaze into the woods. He just does this thing where you say you don't like something and exposes it to you a little bit at a time. Like vegetables? I guess. I'd be more like just friendly bullshit things like hugging and touching. Like, we hug and it's not gay because it's just you. No homo, man. You're my brother. Haas hugs me and... He fidgeted, scratching his neck. It's what? It's annoying as all hell. He does it because it gets a reaction out of me. But it's not all bad. Anime is fine, and having a friend is... nice. You'd probably get along just well with the others too, if you tried. One thing at a time, Dave. We have other shit to worry about. But outside is fine. Being out here is fine, right? Just the stuff in there, though. Worry about that. I don't think this is helping all that much. Want to go back inside, then? I strained to look into the dark. No movement. No sound beyond the faint sounds of nature around us. It almost looked peaceful. Maybe. Just a little longer before we do. It's not so bad. I can't see anyone in there. After a while, we headed back inside and we started preparing things for dinner. It was a while off until then, but with a little bit of pushing, it was something to start making amends for his behavior. Come on, it's not that bad. I dragged Tyson by the hand upstairs and towards the games room, hoping Orlando would be there. Orlando, you here? Yeah. What's up? Oh. Orlando's nostrils flared when he saw Tyson, but he said nothing, looking to me instead. Nothing much, just bringing Ty around. I can see that. I flashed him a smile and waited, then waited some more, but eventually I elbowed Ty in the ribs to get him talking because he wasn't doing it by himself. Dude, fine. Ugh, okay. Look, I'm sorry, alright? You're sorry, huh? I was being an asshole yesterday, and I didn't have to take it out on you. You really didn't. But I guess that's fine. Don't you have anything you want to say to him back? What do you mean? Well, given this morning, I think fair's fair. Oh, yeah. Sorry for this morning, I guess. You can do better than that. Oh, don't worry about it. I get it. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Did you two want to play video games or anything? We just finished preparing things for dinner, so we have the time. Sorry, but no. Dave and I have shit to do. Maybe after, though. We do? Ty was already moving, disappearing out the door with me. I guess we do. Sorry, Orlando. I'll catch you later. I followed him into my bedroom, and he was standing by the bed holding Dad's license, closing the door behind me. I remained there, watching and waiting for him to speak first. He was a real piece of work, huh? Who? He sighed, turning the license over in hand before looking at me. Your dad. I wandered closer as he passed me the license. It was Dad in the photo, the faintest signs of a smile on the photo despite the typical requirement to keep a straight face. What makes you say that? He sat down on the bed, messing with his hands. I sat down next to him, copying his movements. Guy stuff. I wanted to talk to him about, well, me. Go on. I was originally gonna just talk to him about other stuff, just some advice, right? Not like I could go to my own dad about it. About what? Just, well, I stood with him, with you, your mom. I felt guilty that, like, I was just borrowing your family from you, and that it wasn't fair. I never saw anything wrong with it. I don't think there was anything like that going through your head either. So, David, he just laughed at me, made us coffee, and we talked it out. Turns out he had similar ideas. He reached out for the license again, and I handed it back. A slight smile crossing his face as he looked down at my dad's face. Wandered off and brought out this folder, I guess. Had a bunch of papers and stuff he'd been collecting from work. Said because I wasn't a minor, it wouldn't be the same as, He had a word for it. Yeah, had things for like a restraining order, adoption papers. It was nuts. Wait, adoption? Yeah. His hands were tied in dealing with my dad the normal way, but because I was over 18, there were still options. He said that you and I would need to share a bedroom until we could figure something out. I chuckled at that idea, resting my head against Ty's shoulder. You make the room a mess, but I guess the upside is that we could get bunk beds. You'd still want to bunk beds at our age? So long as I get the top bunk. Yeah. Fat chance of that happening. I'm the older brother, so I can speak first. Even while you made a mess of the room? Would not. Not that it mattered given you leave your fucking painted junk everywhere. Hey! I need all that space for art. It helps make the art happen. Bullshit. Maybe just a little bit. Still calling bullshit. Haven't seen you making something in a while either. You should do that again. I haven't? Me whenever I make art. You should make art again. Yeah, maybe not. I am not really a good artist. I'm not a good drawer person. I just do the writing, maybe, on a good day. Not that I've seen anyway. Or, not that I've seen anyway. Well, that should be easy enough. I'll do something when we get home or whatever. Can we just go back a couple steps? So, all those papers are back at the house. All this time we've actually been brothers? Like, actually? Nah, we didn't go ahead with it. There was other shit going on. Had to talk about the other stuff, then it was time to get ready for work, I guess. Oh. Still went ahead and got a couple of things put in place, though. Restraining order and whatever. But didn't get around to finishing them after what happened. So, when we get back? I don't know. Probably we'll figure out how to get them going again. Used a couple of them. Wouldn't mind having the restraining order at least. Well, okay. But when you move in properly, I need to teach you how to do art stuff. Who says I want to learn? It's my room, you should know this stuff. I'm sure I can figure it out. Might know how to do it already. Okay, name one art then. The fuck do you mean one art? Just name one. I don't know. The one with the soup? What soup? Ty grumbled, rumbling his head. Look, art is your thing. You want me to get your car working, that's when you should leave it to me. Only cars, though? What if, like, a hinge breaks in the kitchen or something? Then I'll need a sexy plumber to get it. Sure, I think I can do that. You want me to do the real plumbing experience, butt crack and all? Nodding slowly, I rubbed my knees and he put an arm over my shoulder, yawning. Ty? What? Are we good? Like, actually. Why? I'm just confused is all. Like, finding out about Dad being here, about the adoption papers. I had no idea that any of this was happening.
Don't see how this is about you and me, though.
Well, I didn't know this stuff was happening with Dad. I didn't know that. Well, he had stuff he kept from me.
Get to the point, Dave.
What I mean is, all the stuff you've been keeping from me, too. Like, are we good? There isn't something that you're just hiding from me because it's easier, right?
You're wanting to know all my secrets now?
No, He pulled me away and shuffled around to be sitting one leg over the side of the bed so he was facing me.
This past year has been rough for both of us. Yeah, it's been more shit for you, but bad stuff happens all the time. Just because I don't go telling you everything doesn't mean we're not good.
So, yes, we're good?
We're good, I think.
What makes you unsure?
Just personal stuff. You'd get it, but I don't want to share. But before you go asking, I just don't want to.
Oh.
Listen to me. We're good. I'm good. You're good. We're all good. At least as much as we can be, right?
The way his eyes glinted as he looked at me made me feel funny. I couldn't place what it was specifically, but it felt like something like it felt something like what I imagined love would look like. A warmth spread through my chest that made me think of home. The slightest of smiles started to form on my face, but it didn't get all that far before I quickly found myself grabbed and pulled forward. My head was against his chest the moment after, listening to his heartbeat while he hugged me close. This was a safe space. This was my safe space, at least right now. I shook as I thought back to how things had been at the start of the vacation, and how they developed so far. Ty being everyone's enemy, then almost dying and in turn almost doing something to me I really didn't want. Then learning that he saw me as his little brother or something like that. That he missed me before everything happened with Dad. The next intake of breath I had rattled on its way down, and I clutched Ty close as I started to cry. I didn't even know why, but it felt right just letting whatever emotion this was vent out.
Hey, don't fall asleep.
My grip must have been loosening, and him speaking snapped me back into reality. I'm not falling asleep. The yawn betrayed me, though, and Ty just tussled the top of my head.
Sleep after we made dinner.
He got up and offered a handout for me to take. He didn't question the crying, but he didn't mention anything about what happened, and I assumed that's just what he wanted.
Oh, right. Good job.
On what?
Just letting yourself feel things, I guess. It's what I remember being normal, even if sometimes you were a bit of a brat or a crybaby.
I chuckled, wiping my eyes.
What? Jealous?
He tilted his head again and easily sized me up, thinking it over.
Maybe a little.
We wandered downstairs to finish preparing for dinner, knowing full well that eventually people would start getting hungry. Even if we still had time to spare, we just spent time idly tidying and keeping each other company until it was time for dinner. Dinner was, funnily enough, ordinary. People sat down, ate, chatted, and it was as if it was just another communal meal doing a get together. With the exception of Oswin and Benson, everyone else was here. But having seen neither hide nor hair of Oswin since this morning made me worry. Or if not worry, curious. Plus, I had some words for him after what I'd figured out. Question was, which way should I go to the lab? Or, what would be better to find Benson and ask to see Oswin? All things considered, if Benson wasn't around, I couldn't rightly ask him anyway, so that made the decision easier.
Dave, what are you thinking about?
Just wondering where Oswin is. Or Benson, even.
It's a wonder we haven't seen either of them, unless someone's just forgotten to mention it.
A quick look around the table indicated no one else had seen him as they collectively shrugged or shook their heads in turn.
Probably somewhere in the house, right? Not as if they'd go out and leave us to fend for themselves. That makes sense, yes. Just seems unlikely that we'd miss them is all.
I was done thinking about going to check in is all. See if either of them had figured out a plan for the next couple of days, or even if they're hungry.
I'm sure they're fine. Benson's likely got things covered, given he's the butler, right? I think checking is worth it. It wouldn't harm to ensure they're both okay.
I'll go do it now. I finished eating anyway.
Oh, you're going alone?
Well, yeah. Shouldn't be a problem, should it?
The house is secure. There hasn't been anyone else lingering around as far as we know, right?
Roswell fidgeted on the spot, looking me over. There was something in how he did it that made me feel odd. What's wrong?
I don't know. I should go with you, just in case.
I frowned, thinking that if Roswell were to come, I'd miss my chance to properly talk to Oswin and, by extension, Thanatos were he to be around. I promise it'll be alright. It'll be alright, Roswell. Promise.
But Dave...
I'll be fine. Or he'll be fine. Sal put a hand on Roswell's shoulder, shooting him a look.
If anything happens, or if you find something wrong, just yell and we'll come running. I don't think we need to keep together so long as you're just staying in the house.
Then Sal shot me a very serious look, hand leaving Roswell's shoulder.
Don't let it be like the other day when you wandered outside without telling anyone where you went.
A chill ran down my spine, being made to remember how that went. I promise! No leaving the house, and if anything happens, I'll just yell.
Good.
The moment he eased up, it seemed to sate everyone else at the table who had similar thoughts. Not that it did much to calm Roswell, who still seemed to take issue about me going alone, but I'd just have to make it up to him later. Rushing out of the dining room, I made to leave for the basement. After all, it seemed to be the most direct route to the lab without needing to go all the way upstairs and circle back down. After yesterday, I looked at the hidden door, wondering if I should knock or just go wandering down there. Quickly before I go on, I've heard of A Place to Call Home. I haven't played it yet. I think I downloaded it though, because like Philly or whoever got second in March Madness this year. Yeah, A Place to Call Home had some good candidates. But yeah, sounds like a good story. I need to just get around to it in my personal time. Too many novels, for me to play. Before I knew what I was doing, I'd already opened the door. My decision made. I'm going to sip some sparkling water. How long do we have again? That depends on what you mean. I could hear the smugness in his voice as I traveled through the dark to the pale green light of the laboratory, followed by the annoyed grumbling from Oswell, the mix of Roswell and Oswin. But I could hear the smugness in his voice as I traveled through the dark into the pale green light of the laboratory, followed by the annoyed grumbling from Oswin that followed. I'm gonna slap the mic. Sorry. I'm being silly. You know damn well what I mean, Thanatos. I am so saddened by this. You know damn well what I mean, Thanatos. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4. It doesn't matter, and you know it. Why doesn't it matter? Just tell me what I want to know. Until this experiment is over? Well, why not get Junior in here and I could tell you both? I froze in my place near the door as Oswin bolted out and nearly ran into me, grabbing me quickly and throwing me inside. I can totally imagine this being like a JoJo's moment where it's like, just like quickly runs up to the person, like in a split second goes from like being far away to like right up next to the person. It's like, what up? I don't know what a JoJo's does. My artist for my VN would probably kill me for saying that. What did I tell you about sneaking around? Don't be too hard on him. He's after answers, just like you. Yeah, actually. A couple of things, but... yeah. Fine. Sit down. He gestured to a seat near his desk and I took it, watching Thanatos parade back and forth along the desk. Where's Benson? He'll be here soon. Just get an Oswin here a snack. How much did you overhear? Not a whole lot. Something about how many days until... something. Also, an experiment? Oh, good. You did hear that part. Pay him no mind, Dave. What did you need? I came here to check in. Plus, I guess to ask a few questions of my own. Like what? Among us! Among what this experiment is. What were you doing? Among what this experiment is. Among what you were doing in the dining room this morning. Answer him. What if I don't wanna? I shot Thanatos a confused look, scratching my face. Want? Answer him. Fine. Jeez, you're no fun. Making a show of stretching out and leaning back against the wall, he looked between Oswin and I before speaking. Alright, so to cover what happened this morning, I wanted to go for a walk. And I was like, hey, I'm walking here. I'm gonna use that joke like 5 billion more times whenever walking's mentioned. Jesus. Just a walk? Why not? If Oswin and Benson get to walk around, why can't I?
You know damn well why.
If you weren't able to stop me in another iteration, what makes you think you could stop me now? About that. If you remember everything that we've ever done, then what's the point in doing anything at all? What do you mean? Like, even you asking that question, you know the answer before I even say it. Or what would have happened this morning when Oswin showed up? That's right. Think about it this way. If I know how the conversation is going to go, I can guide it how I want by saying the right things, yeah?
You do not have free will.
No, but I do have my orders existing from way back to nearly the first time I woke up. And that's... what exactly?
Good luck, Dave. Supposedly he's been commanded to not reveal that yet.
Then just command him to reveal it. Sorry, no can do. Order stays not to tell anyone until the experiment's done. Right. What is the experiment anyway? Just the idea of morphic resonance in the vault. Or rather, Thanatos proving that he can do what he was built to do. And the time limit? Well, that depends on you, doesn't it? Meaning... you know what? You know that Tyson is the next one at risk. During the full moon. You could always just walk away now and let it happen. There is something worth bringing up here. There is? Consider for a moment that he's orchestrating events to happen in a certain way. Perhaps the vision you saw only came about because Thanatos somehow manipulated you into causing it to happen. Suppose hypothetically that we have caused this stuff to happen. Suppose we have morphic resonance that exists. Therefore, everybody is woke. Boom. Liberals roasted. Big claim, but can you prove it? Alas, I cannot. The only thing I have to rationalize it is the paradox of which event came first, the chicken or the egg. I always doubt that it's the egg sometimes, but some major resources say it's the egg. I still hold on to the chicken dichotomy. Anyway, alas, I cannot. The only thing I have to rationalize it is the paradox of which event came first. Presumably, something happened and you could be expediting it the same sequence of events by a different means. Well, aren't you a killjoy? You're right. I just had to take steps to pose it as an obstacle. Depending on what Junior there does tell me what my next job is. Well, I know now. So what's the next job? Keeping you alive. Assuming you can't keep Tyson sane for another night. Deadline's tomorrow night. And you should know that what the trigger is. Right. Yeah. I turned to Oswin with a frown. Why did you tell Thanatos to drive Tyson insane? I did no such thing. I did no such thing. His eyes went to Thanatos before returning to me. But he said all I'm allowed to.
We're not done until you tell me how long we have left in the experiment. Surely you know.
It's a variable. It could end tomorrow night. It could a week from now. Or just under 2. I seen the end of the experiment a few different times. Telling you that could end at any time doesn't help. Does it? I can almost hear Osman grinding his teeth. Something I do at night because I need to prevent myself from something that messes with my jaw and causes my clicking. It turns out I got a mouth guard to help with that, so hopefully no more grinding. So, to double check, you came into the dining room this morning to do something, and then did that knowing you'd be caught, and then left. I do admit, you were keeping somewhat quiet after we left. Why? Just setting a failsafe up. If I find myself in the timeline with Memphis... Oh dear God, we are not going to Memphis! I'd rather not have my body damaged. More people that can repair me, the better. But how does Dean finding you help? He's an option. Maybe not the best one, but I'll take what I can get. Sure not going to trust my repairs to the line who can't put an ECM back together. I scratched my chin thinking it through. If you need repairs, I may as well do it. I think I have another question. Go on. Are you on our side? Like, this experiment isn't meant to kill us, right? Oh, I was hoping you weren't going to ask that question. But here we are. Oh boy, that doesn't sound good. Is it meant to? No. But it's listed as acceptable to achieve a result. Collateral damage or whatever. There's no way I would have sanctioned that. That would have actually gone against the board of whatever the heck the association of, like, ethics and stuff, or law of sciences are. I forgot what it was called. I remember back in college, but you would have gone against that. Good thing it's not your experiment anymore then, is it? Then whose is it? You're just going to have to find that out yourself. Sorry. I feel like we've been wasting our time interrogating him further. I already have a headache. Wasn't Benson meant to be coming around? You're right. That's a bit of a worry. I wonder what's keeping him. He won't be long. Sorry for the delay. I'm here now. Benson strode into the room and placed a cup of tea along with what seemed to be a slice of cake on the desk next to Thanatos. Thanks, Benny boy. You know that's not for you, you abomination. Now, be nice. Benson, everything alright? It's unlike you to talk. Quite. I had questions to answer the moment I appeared in the dining room. The others informed me that Dave had come looking for the two of us, and a curious young man decided to question me further. You mean Roswell? Indeed. Not that there was any problem with that. Although I do apologize for not bringing you refreshments either, Dave. It's fine, I think. You're both alive, I got what I needed, and that's basically it, really. Leaving already? Well, it's not like we can get much out of Thanatos, and I don't think you have anything for me either, right? If he decides to drop any pearls of wisdom, I'll be sure to let you know come the morning. Okay, shakes the mic really hard because I'm trying to act like I'm a singer. Okay. Good night then. Sleep well, Junior. I backtracked through the passage and closed the door behind me once I emerged into the basement. Stretching, I headed upstairs and checked the dining room for the others if they were still around. Anyone here? Ty. Huh. Ty looked up from me at the sink, washing the dishes.
You're back.
Yeah, turns out Osman was just holed up doing science or whatever. Am I right? Look at this jabroni doing science.
Well, good to know, I guess.
Can I strangle that damn rat now? Same. I stole a look out the window and then looked back to Ty, who was still watching me. Doing the dishes?
Yeah. We made dinner, so I figured I'd clean.
Since when were you this tidy?
Fine. Then you do them.
He pulled his hands from the water and started rubbing them over my face to make sure my fur stick out in weird angles. Hey! I wasn't ready!
Then shut up and let me do the dishes.
He continued, his tail swaying gently behind him and seeming in a better mood than before. Aw, this is so sweet! Ah, this is so nice! You really did need that nap, huh?
Tell me about it. Head's still a little sore, but it's better.
You should sleep in my bed tonight. Sleep in my bed.
What? Baka? Nutty?
You know, if your room is so loud and all.
Right, yeah, I guess that makes sense, huh? You don't mind swapping?
You top or bottom? Oh, I hadn't intended for that to come across as swapping, but all things considered, it seemed like the better move, if only to avoid Thanatos. But given Thanatos' orders, swapping rooms would just make my room into Tyson's, which got us nowhere. No, I meant, you know,
together. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's fine too.
The way he just replied sent me for a loop. So casual about it that I wasn't even sure he registered what I'd offered.
We'll just need to get something from my room first, but should be fine.
Get what?
Just something. Don't worry about it.
When Ty finished washing the dishes and I was tagged in to dry them, we headed upstairs together. He went into his room and I went into mine, figuring it was time for a shower. Shower scene, shower scene, shower scene, shower scene, shower scene! The hot water felt nice, especially with the steam clearing my nose of all the dust from the corridor to the lab. Then the added bonus of lightly scented soap on top made me relaxed. My clothes left on the floor of the bedroom, plus the sound of the shower should have been enough of a giveaway where I was, but I heard Ty call out all the same.
Hey, you in the shower?
Yep. It wasn't long before the door behind me opened and in stepped Ty, pushing me out of the water to get himself drenched and then pulling me back under the direct flow of water. You could have waited your turn.
Didn't feel like it. Pass the soap. Don't drop it.
I'm using it, so wait your turn.
You're just scared of dropping it now that I'm here.
God damn it, he knew. A little. Yeah. His hands on my sides froze when I quit back, putting him on the back foot. Really? If you want to do something, Ty, you'd have just done it by now. This is just getting clean, right? Offering out the soap to him, I rinsed off and moved out of the way so he could wash properly. Didn't need me to get your back. Already did it. Ugh. He turned his back to me as he continued to wash down, and I felt odd. We'd seen each other naked before, but with his back to me, it almost felt like he was embarrassed, or if this was just like a gym shower. I stepped out to give him his privacy and toweled off, moving to use the blow dryer around the time the water switched off. Just as well as Ty decided to shake rather than towel off, making me need to focus drying one whole side again, so I felt comfortable putting on clothes. I wasn't about to get dressed while still damp. Having left Ty with the bathroom to finish drying off, I went and changed into my pajamas. Pajamas for two. Even if it was just a pair of loose-fitting shorts and lay back on the bed to stare at the ceiling. My shorts aren't loose right now. Oh dear God, why did I say that? I'm wearing the, board shorts, and those are, not the loose-fitting type of shorts. Yeah. Alright, lay back on the bed and stare at the ceiling. Oh no. Something got caught. I heard him coming out of the bedroom. No, the bathroom. I heard him coming out of the bathroom and rustling around for something before wandering over to the bed. Rustling. You tell the others you were back. No? I'll be back then. Should everyone else know you've not gone missing again. He didn't even bother putting on pants, but I heard him talking to someone nearby. I sat up to see if it was happening, but just outside the door. But before I could get up to see who he was talking to, he came back. Dean said he let the others know. That's all? He also asked why I was in your room with just my underwear. Told him to fuck off. So I came over to the bed and dropped down next to me, grumbling. Or I would have liked to. I just said I hadn't been sleeping well, and you were helping with that. Aw, improvement. Well, at least you don't need to apologize to Dean now. Orlando was enough. Oh, right. Dean also said that you should make yourself feel free. Dean also said that you should make yourself feel Jesus Christ. Oh, right. Dean also said that you should make yourself free tomorrow night for a thing. A thing? What thing? Fuck if I know what he was talking about. I just said I'd let you know, and he wandered off looking happy with himself. Oh no. Oh no. We're gonna disappoint him. We're gonna disappoint poor Dean. Guess I'll find out tomorrow. Guess so, huh? So, time for sleep, or? Guess so. You didn't bring anything to play or do, right? That's more Orlando's thing. Might have something we can watch on my phone. Pass. Just sucks we don't have an internet connection to look stuff up. Or to let anyone else know that we're here. Yeah, but it's not forever. We'll get home eventually. Ooh, turn off the lights. He got up and flicked off the light, throwing us into darkness. Move over. I want to get in bed. Shuffling around so I was under my side of the bed, Ty went around the bed and got into the other, rolling onto his back. Dave? Yeah? Were you serious about bunk beds before? Only kinda. Why? No reason. I just figured you want your own bed and save some space, right? Yeah, I get it. You don't sound too happy about that. Guess it's just sinking in that this sort of thing will just stop at some point. It's not as if sharing a bed is something we can do all the time anyway. And if it was, that'd probably not sit well with any boyfriend I had. Also, we'd probably need a much bigger bed. Yeah. Probably. I rolled over and placed a hand on his chest. He looked to me and lightly stroked my fingers as I played with his fur. What are you doing? Just touching. You're soft and fluffy. Is that all I'm good for? If I said yes, am I going to get hit with a pillow? Probably get kicked out of the bed at this point. I chuckled softly and cuddled against my pillow, just letting my hand rest against her. We lay like that for a while before I heard Ty fall asleep. He must have been exhausted having fallen asleep so quickly after God knows how long of not sleeping well. That said, I was just tempted to fall asleep next to him too. Being asleep meant that I could just not actively think about things for a while. It came at the cost of dreaming, but it was at least a nice escape from something else going wrong in the house. Nice. Alright, we're gonna take a quick break here because I'm thirsty and yeah, we've been going for 2 hours straight. Didn't realize how long day 18 was gonna be. I thought it was only 2.5 hours on my last stream. Maybe it's because we're doing Tyson's route, it's longer. Oh. Day 19. Alright, so we'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Took a bit longer than expected. Just really was chilling out. The bathroom and all. Alright, so we're gonna resume the reading in a bit. Alright. Y'all ready to get back into it? Here we go. Have a good night, Eclipse. Alright, let's go. There was something scratching at the back of my mind. A thought or a sound that I wasn't sure until it became clearer. Oi! Huh? Thanatos? Yeah, it's me. Where are you? Where am I? Am I dreaming? Sure you are. You're dreaming. Why can't I see anything? What did you want to see? Just open your eyes. Home? I want to see home. Sure. I snapped. I felt like I was opening my eyes and my living room came into view. That was all, just my normal living room. Or at least it was at first. Yes. This is your house? Yeah. This is home. It's small. Coming from someone who lives in a mansion. You're just jealous. I'm not jealous. I think the rich should be eaten. Am I? Sure you are. Nice house, big open space. Why wouldn't you be a little jealous? I'm not gouging people of their hard-earned wages. It would be nice to have those things in a fancy house, but it wouldn't be home. Home is just a place you label. It could be anywhere. You're right. Home is just a place. But I could have $1 million in my pocket and just... it would make me happy, you know? Yeah, I don't understand. Because you're a robot. Oh, you're saying that robots can't feel happiness? Yes. And same with corporations. They're not people. They're just sociological structures of entities. They're not living things. Anyway, it'd be nice if you could, but I really don't know. And what would make you happy? Actually happy. I just want off the mountain. I want to return home with all my friends. And then what would you do? What do you mean, what would I do? I just enjoy not being in danger with the people I love. Even knowing what you do now, the vault, Orlando's family, and someone wish so many people dead. I don't. Save it. Let's just take stock, shall we? No, not again. You remember this? How are you? This is your dream, genius. This is a memory. That's Tyson. Tonight. Maybe. That depends on what you believe, anyway. What I believe? You don't know if you trust me. You don't know that if you do what I say, Tyson's going to be safe. You're right. I just don't want him to end up like that. Guess we'll see tonight, huh? Before I could get another word in, everything faded to black. It faded to black. Okay, I'm not gonna do it. I would just get copyrighted if I start singing that song. Which I so surprised it made it. The moment I closed my eyes, they stayed that way. Maybe I was thinking about home too much. Or maybe it was just my want for this whole thing to be over that made home appear so often in my dreams. Either way, I had had enough of dreaming for one night. I woke suddenly. I am woke suddenly. Bundled up in the bed sheets with Ty right behind me, his arm around my body and holding me right to his front. Despite how distant he seemed to be the night before, here he was, spooning me all the same. Laying perfectly, I still kept warm and just listened to his breathing. For the past couple of days, he'd been on edge, but now he was just so peaceful. Hopefully the lack of Thanatos under his bed was helping. As I went to place my hand against his, I felt him flinch. I waited before trying again, but it was enough to rouse him and cause him to pull away. Ty, are you awake? I rolled over onto my side as he turned over his head to look at me, flat on his back. Am now. Oh, Jesus, my voice. Fuck, I'm tired. You were hugging me. So? Nothing. It was nice. That's all. Well, sorry to wake you. He rolled back onto his side, his back facing me, and said nothing else. It took me a few seconds to register what happened and shifted closer to just cuddle him from behind. Get off, Dave. Just in the same way when I tried to touch him, I flinched. Him moving my hand the rest of the way himself. Did I do something wrong? No. Did something happen? Dave, I'm trying to sleep. But I sat up in bed and stared at him facing away from me. He had his eyes shut tight, removing any chance of me trying to catch his attention before I figured it was best to just get up out of bed. Stealing glances at Tyson's back while I got dressed, I could tell from how his ears twitched he was listening to me move around. If anything, I was just confused what I was meant to be doing. So as soon as I was decent, I left the room quickly. I'd rather not have people RPing in chat. Like, I'd rather have it on, like, if people did that, like, on their own, like, messages or servers or in DMs. Otherwise it kind of spams the chat filter. Whatever. But, yeah. Stepping out into the front yard, I breathed in the cold morning air as I rubbed my eyes. It wasn't coffee, but the crispness was quickly waking me up. What did I have to do today? I thought back to what I'd been told was going to happen. Or planned to happen, anyway. But beyond spending the evening with Dean, there wasn't much else to really take up my day. Just a bunch of waiting. Then there was Tyson, who went from being confrontational to grumpy. To distant all over the span of a day. I didn't like seeing him like that. Clutching my chest above the area where it hurt, I wondered just what was happening to my brother. Or if he was more than my brother at this point. I just didn't know. It always came down to not knowing, and that alone made me slump over the railing in front of me. Oh, Tyson. Part of me wanted him to just appear and call me out on being down. Part of me wanted him to say something, anything to me that reaffirmed that we were still good. That he that he was willing to talk to me. Dave. I spun around noticing Benson standing there. I hadn't realized I had left the door open. Oh. Oh? Heavens, my boy, what's happened? Sorry, Good morning. Good morning. Why might you be out here this early? More importantly, why by yourself? Just waking up. Figured the fresh air would do me some good. You left the front door open, which was, especially at this hour, quite suspect. Sorry. Quickly slipping out the door much in the same way Benson had appeared was Oswin, looking a bit scruffier as if he'd just gotten up himself. Oh, it's just Dave. Yeah, it's just me. And Benson. Well, yes, I'm aware Benson will be out here. Sorry, did the door being left open bother both of you as well? Not overly. I was mostly just curious as to what was happening out this way. You weren't scared? This is my house. Why would I be scared? He refers to those in the woods. Ah, yes. Well, with Benson around, I'm quite comfortable. Truth be told, were I to see that rabbit again, I'd gladly introduce him to a bullet. Right. I looked out to the trees, scanning them for any sign of Jack, for any fleeting glimpse of white that I could catch through, but there was nothing. Just various shades of green as far as the eye could see. Do you have any plans for today, Dave? Only ideas. But why? Ah, never mind then. Did you need me for something? I watched him look to Benson quickly before returning his gaze to me. Not today. Not anymore. Perhaps tomorrow. Are you sure? If it's important, I can make time. We could do whatever it is now. I'd rather hold off. It's hardly important anyway. You sure? Positive. Okay then. Sure. Before I forget, Dave, you'd best not to leave the doors open in the future, especially those leading outside. Don't want to cause anyone to think we've got an intruder now, do we? No, I guess not. I'll try and be more mindful in the future. Now, Dave, have you made a pot of coffee yet? No, I just came out here. Ooh, so tired. Pity. I'll have to grab one later then. You were skipping breakfast? More. I have something more pressing to attend to first, and try to take a gamble on coffee being made. And Benson couldn't have made it for you? Well, true, I suppose. Shall I then? No, I'll go do it. I'm up. I may as well make breakfast for people too. If you wish, my boy. Just call out should you need a hand, however. Both of them wandered back inside, leaving me to my thoughts. I turned back to look out of the lawn, just thinking things over. Not that there was anything specific for me to focus on. I just needed less to worry about. Less things to worry me. It wasn't long before I turned around and headed inside as well, making sure to close the door behind me as I made my way to the kitchen. Still being the first one to arrive, everything was cold and I started with the lights and the coffee machine. The machine buzzed to life as it boiled water. I milled beans and was treated to the fresh scent of coffee. Part of me wondered if I had a life ahead of me as a barista, given how just the small joy of this was bringing a smile into my face. If it wasn't as if I thought much about my future or what I wanted to do after school. I didn't think I had it in me to do something artistic as a career. As fun as it was, I wanted that to stay fun. Something to relax with. But making coffee almost seemed to be a middle ground for that. Pouring myself a cup, I continued brewing so there was enough for the others when they surfaced. Drinking it down slowly, my mind wandered to the prospect of the money offered to us, and if opening a cafe on my own was something I could use it for.
Oh, what's got you smiling?
I look up to see Dean leaning in the doorway, catching himself in a yawn before wandering closer. Just thinking about making coffee, that's all.
In any particular way, or?
Oh, like a job, I guess. What'd it be like to open up a cafe? Stuff like that.
Could be fun. I know Freddy loves his pizza place, so maybe you're just an entrepreneur waiting to happen.
Oh god, not again. Not the Five Nights at Freddy's joke. Bless you. The snicker gave me away, and Dean joined me in having a chuckle as he poured himself a cup of coffee.
When we get home, I can see if Freddy could talk to you about setting something up if you're that keen.
Maybe. I think getting out of here would be the first step, right? And that seems... I trailed off, and Dean nodded slowly, drinking from the coffee in his mug.
Yeah, bit like that, isn't it? What's for breakfast, by the way?
Don't know yet. Maybe pancakes again?
Want some help?
Nah, I got it.
Then would it be a bother if I just stayed here and watched? No one else is up yet.
Feeling lonely?
Not so much lonely as just... no sense of being alone at the moment.
Oh, then... Sure, you could say. No worries. Dean made himself comfortable and I got to work mixing batter. It was just like the other morning, and I made pancakes too. Oven on to make sure I could keep them warm, and I started making the batter. Occasionally I look over at Dean, who would sometimes be looking at my way with a smile or fondly looking out the window to the world beyond. Later this evening, we'd be spending some time together. Just the two of us, and the thought made me... excited? Nervous? It was hard to say. Just now we were just hanging out. There wasn't any exceptions of anything more than that. But tonight, it'd be different. It'd be a lot different.
I can smell pancakes.
And not the coffee? I looked up from the frying pan to look at the door just as Haas and Sal wandered around the corner. Morning, guys.
Good morning.
Making breakfast already?
Dean, why aren't you helping? Oh, you didn't want any help. Oh. Okay.
Still handling it fine on your own, Dave?
Yep, I'm fine. Haas shrugged and made his way over to the kettle to make himself some tea, while Sal wandered over to the coffee pot.
Should we go wake the others?
Nah, I can keep these warm until everyone arrives. After all, I think more sleep would be better than less sleep, right?
And yet here you are, awake before any of us make breakfast. Or before any of us making breakfast.
Well, I couldn't sleep.
Did something happen?
No. Just one of those nights. Dreaming and thinking about things. Believe me, I will always be there so you can tell me anything and not listen. Oh, yep, the Eurovision is coming on now.
Did you need to talk about it?
Not really. It's just more of the same sort of things. Worrying about what's going to happen and so on.
Are you okay otherwise?
I think so. Mostly, anyway.
If that changes, let us know. We've been over this enough times that you get the point by now.
Right, thanks, Haas. I went back to cooking and 3 of them made small chat, eventually moving into the dining room when the others started to show up. Hearing Orlando and Roswell's voices in the other room brought a smile to my face, but I was so out of it that I didn't even notice I had another visitor.
Hey.
I jumped, but Ty was behind me, catching my arm and holding it steady so that whatever was in the pan didn't go flying. The pancake is saved in this route! That's good. Hey. He shifted away, moving over to the coffee machine, saying nothing else, but lingered around where Dean had been before. Continuing to cook, I felt his eyes on my back suddenly until I'd had enough. I thought you'd still be in bed trying to sleep.
Can't sleep.
Because?
Just because.
Oh, sure. Kept stealing glances Tyson's way, unsure of what to say or do. I was scared, but not for my own safety. Only his. As I went to say something next, he was already making his way into the dining room. The conversation in there falling silent when he appeared. I stared at the door Ty passed through for the few moments before turning back to my pancakes, figuring now was the time to bring everything out for people to eat. Then, following that, I had to find something to do with my day. Things were still in the process of returning to normal, whatever constituted as normal these days. Tyson sat at the far end of the table. The rest of us had pleasant enough conversation, although it was clear we were all still waking up. Then, after we were done eating, everyone split off again. Except for me. It was back to the kitchen to clean up. I made the mess, so I may as well clean it up, right? I just let my mind wander, occasionally looking out the window. I assumed keeping my hands busy would keep me from overthinking, but mindlessly doing chores seemed to be doing the opposite. Guys, I'm almost about to spit out my water.
Spit take!
Junior, what are you doing? Washing the dishes? Thanatos was walking along the countertop, looking down into the water before looking back up at me, pouting.
But why?
Who else is going to do it?
Benny boy, maybe. It's his job.
I guess? He's kind of busy keeping us all safe, though. Least we can do is keep the place clean.
God, you're insufferable.
Says the talking rat robot.
Hey now, be nice. Didn't your daddy teach you manners?
Didn't yours? I looked at Thanatos and saw that his attention was at the door to the kitchen. The moment I followed the direction he was looking, I could hear someone approaching. But Thanatos didn't make any attempt to move, standing there before shooting me a sideward glance.
We have company.
Of course, Roswell. Jesus.
Hello, Dave.
I looked to Roswell and watched as his eyes drifted from me across to Thanatos, almost doing a double take upon seeing him. He was staring at Thanatos with a frown, unsure of what to do or say from what I could tell. Is that a... I looked from Orlando to Thanatos and back again, nodding. A rat? Dave, a rat in the kitchen is not a good thing! Don't worry. Yeah, he's a pet.
Says who? He's not yours, is he?
Well, no, but... Well, it's not like he told you himself, did he? I looked at Thanatos uncertain, but all he seemed to be doing was staring at Roswell. Well, come on! Someone help me find something to move him. Move him? Why move him for?
Well, we don't want him falling into the sink, do we?
I was thinking we put him in outside, or at the very least out of the kitchen. He's fine. He's not hurting anyone. Well, he did like Dean yesterday, but still. So two things. You knew this rat was here, and he bit Dean? Well, he was treating him pretty rough, so he was asking for it. Well? Orlando marched forward, snatching up a colander from where it was and hanging. Orlando marched forward, snatching up a colander from where it was hanging, and probably dropped it over Thanatos.
Well, you've trapped him. Now what?
I guess slide something underneath and find something heavy to put on top, so we have him secure until we find out who he belongs to. You alright in there? I could hear him kick against the side of the colander, but only the once, seemingly resigned to being held down.
He'll be fine. He has air holes.
I suppose so.
Does he have a name?
Yeah, Osman called him Thanatos.
What? Thanatos? God of the dead. Huh.
You know what the name means?
That almost sounds like you know what that name means.
Does it matter about whatever name? Who names the rat after the god of death? Orlando slipped a plate under the colander and quickly passed it off to Roswell, who almost fumbled the contained rat but held it solidly from above.
So I get to decide what we're doing with this.
Well, I mean, I don't mind putting him somewhere else after I finish the dishes, unless someone else wants to take over. I'd happily wash the dishes if I didn't have to deal with it, but I'd really like him just not being in the kitchen. That's easily done. Here, I'll take him. I reached out for the trap, and Roswell made no sign of handing it over.
Do you think he belonged to Benson? Oh, maybe Oswin.
If he belongs to Oswin, then why is he letting a rat wander around the house? I guess he's just used to having free reign.
With a house this big, it's no wonder that he doesn't get lost.
No wonder he's found the kitchen then. He's probably hungry.
Well, what do you say?
Roswell jostled the trap in his arms, but got nothing in response. Instead, passing it back over to me.
Interesting rat. Very interesting. Very heavy rat.
What do you mean by heavy?
Oh, I mean just that. He's heavy. Heavier than any normal rat, anyway.
Oh yeah, he's real heavy. I chuckled and watched as Roswell's face shifted, him not looking too pleased about something. Orlando, meanwhile, was already sidling to position himself at the sink now that I was holding the rat. How about you go deal with it, Dave? Oh, yeah, sure.
Want some help?
Oh, sure.
I was kinda talking to,
He gestured at me and I shook my head, flashing him a quick smile. Is it Thanatos?
Am I-
I don't know. Oh well. Nah, he'll be fine. I'll just go find somewhere to put him. Realistically, I wanted to have some words with Thanatos, but that was going to be hard while keeping the secret that he could talk. Orlando's hand on Russell's shoulder stopped him from putting up another word, and I quickly made my escape with Thanatos, and it's still hidden in the colander. Still, I was a little thankful that I didn't run into anyone else on the way to the basement, assuming that would have been the best place to drop him off, with it being dark and fairly out of the way. Taking the stairs barely one at a time, wanting to make sure I didn't drop him. The moment we hit the floor, I put the plate down and lifted the colander off.
took you long enough.
What were you even doing? Is this another thing you need to do for tonight, or?
Nah, you've got that covered well enough.
Pretty sure so long as you have a... Pretty sure as long as we have a repeat of last night, you're on the clear. Then what?
Checking out my options.
Like you were with Dean yesterday?
Something like that. But there's another thing I wanted to ask you before we were so rudely interrupted.
I didn't expect Orlando to trap you like that either.
Not as if he knew it wasn't already.
Still, you have feelings, right? Thanatos almost seemed offended that I had asked him, but didn't clarify at first, almost seeming to think it over.
That's a complicated question.
Can machines have feelings?
A matter of opinion. Not as if I'm a standard case anyway. Maybe I do, maybe I don't.
So if things went wrong for your master, you'd be... sad?
Of course I would.
But feelings?
Well, I can emulate them well enough, but at the end of the day, it's just an emulation. So long as I can make you think I'm feeling an emotion, it's good enough, isn't it?
So, really, you never got sad? Happy? You said something about being bored at some point, too.
Maybe I picked up the actual emotions after so many times going through the same things that I learned them.
Sure. But, what did you want to ask me?
Come with me. It's important that we do this somewhere else.
He scurried over to the room with the vault door, and I followed him inside. When I had the door closed behind myself, he spoke.
So, here's the question. Are you willing to die?
Okay, I'm sorry, what?
Not that complicated. Just asking if you're willing to die.
For what? I mean, no. Maybe? I like being alive mostly, but...
But...
You're asking me for a reason, aren't you?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. But it's an important question. And yeah, there is a reason.
But you're not going to tell me.
Nah, I'll tell you. Reason's pretty simple too.
He looked up at me, looking serious. Maybe it was grim. Either way, despite him being so small and standing on the floor, I felt uncomfortable.
There'll be a day coming up, potentially, where you'll need to make a choice.
A choice? If I die?
In place of someone else, yeah.
Okay, who? Is someone going to... His expression said it all.
No. Nah. What's the
No. Okay. What's the password? We can fix it, right?
Not when you're the one that makes the call.
do you mean?
Remember, this works on trauma. If you make the call and willingly die a quick death, can't be traumatic, right? Also, can't save yourself if you don't survive.
So, that's it. Someone's going to die, or I'm going to die instead?
I'm just asking if you're willing. If you are, I'd ask you why. If you aren't, then we might not be walking into a mess.
What's going to happen?
Depending on how the next couple of days go, we might be facing a worst case sort of deal. Yeah, that being everyone keeling over for one reason or another.
Jesus Christ. Might? Why are you bringing this up? If it might not happen.
You want me to just sit back and watch you all die?
What I want is for you to just not be so difficult.
Bad chance of that happening.
So what? All I've got to do is wait to see what happens?
Pretty much. Die or don't. Yeah, you have to make the call. If you're lucky, you won't need to.
I eyed him warily, sitting down on the floor to rest my feet. Can I ask you something, Thanatos?
What?
Your master, right? What are they like?
Why do you want to know?
I'm just curious. There has to be someone that you're nice to, right?
Oi, I'm plenty of nice. But my master is good.
Just good?
What do you expect me to say? Of course he's nice enough anyway.
But he's also good?
That's complicated.
What's complicated about it?
What even is good? That's not something you could really program.
Why not? Just put the programming in for what's good and what's bad. Easy.
You're talking about programming morals into a machine.
Thanatos EXE crashed.
You're talking about programming morals into a machine?
You can't? They follow commands, right? So why not give them morals, too?
Nice thought, that. But not how that works.
And how do you know if your master is good? He went to retort but stopped, caught off guard.
He's good.
If you say so.
Well, ignoring the killing and the manipulation and everything, he's good. Good enough anyway.
Okay, killing doesn't sound good.
He's doing it for a good reason.
Yeah, the whole life for death thing and saving 2 people thing, right?
2?
Yeah, that's what Osman said, right? That it was 2 people.
Right. Guess he will be saving 2 people.
Osman or your master?
Isn't it obvious?
No!
My master only cares to save 1 person. 1 person and that's it.
Just one?
Just 1. I think that saving this 1 person is the key to stopping this whole mess. Anyone else, well, that's a bonus, huh?
Do you know who it is that they want to save?
Of course.
But you're not going to tell me.
Nope. Sorry, kid. That's just how this whole thing has gotta go. I got to go.
But then, why are you asking me if I'm willing to die? So I could sacrifice myself for your master?
Like I said, end of the day, it's your choice. You make the choice willingly, without me saying anything. Not even to say my master. You just sometimes make that choice.
But why?
You never survived to tell me why you did it, so your guess is as good as mine.
Oh. I played with my hands looking at the floor. Thanatos bringing up my own death felt so surreal that I didn't register any worry or sadness in that moment. Just confusion.
Look, Junior, I'm just a machine. I don't get life.
I don't get what's going through anyone's head. I just watch things happen and remember it.
So you don't care?
No, I don't. It doesn't bother me. I'm just trying to get what was asked of me done.
Okay.
Yeesh, you're down, huh?
Sorry. I caught Thanatos looking at me, but I didn't really know what else to say.
What are you planning on doing now?
I don't know. Maybe go find someone to hang out with, maybe? Something else. I'm just feeling sort of down now.
Going to investigate someone else's death later?
Huh? What do you mean?
It's what you were doing yesterday. Figured you'd make an effort to go look into Benson's next.
Oh, I wasn't planning to do it, but you think I should?
Maybe today, tomorrow. Doesn't matter to me at all. Just maybe something to consider.
This feels like when I have to do a whole optional homework assignment. I hate it. I guess I could go ask Benson about it. You never know.
There you go. There's something you can focus on today.
I'll do it tomorrow. I've got something else I need to do today.
Like what?
I've got a thing with Dean later.
What, like a date?
I shrugged at him, wondering why he was even asking.
It's not really good time for that, is it?
If not now, then when? We could be dead tomorrow.
Yes. Look, none of my business. Just a strange thing to do now of all times.
Because it's night.
Pretty much. You keep that wolf ball in your bed for one more night and you're clear. Just don't forget it.
I won't. Promise. I stood slowly, dusting myself off. Well, I should go. Roswell and Orlando probably want to know what I ended up doing with you.
And what are you going to say?
That I put you somewhere safe. That's all.
They'll do, I guess.
When I opened the door, I watched Thanatos scurry away into the darkness and out of sight. I wondered where he disappeared to, or how he managed to slip away, but by the time I thought to ask, he was gone. As I climbed the stairs and stepped out into the foyer, Roswell was sitting on the stairs, seemingly waiting for something. Oh, hey Roswell, what are you doing?
Waiting for you?
Me? Why me? I look at you and ask myself, why me?
The rat.
Ah, right. I put him somewhere safe. Yeah, don't worry.
Uh-huh.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. Or fine enough, anyway.
Oh, well. Good. We looked at each other for a bit, me trying to figure out if Roswell was trying to figure something out and maybe he was doing the same to me. So, you were waiting for me because of the rat?
Well, yeah. Did he bite you at all?
No?
Did anything happen? You were gone for a while.
Oh, I got distracted down in the basement. The vault and stuff, you know?
But does that rat bother you at all? Anything seems strange about it.
Maybe. I haven't met a lot of rats before. Me neither.
No rat is meant to be that heavy, Dave.
Maybe he just eats a lot.
Don't act dumb, Dave. That rat is way heavier than just an animal that had just eaten something.
Well, what do you think that means then? That he's that heavy?
Oh, I was hoping to find that out from you, really. I have a guess, but...
Shut up, Russell, no one cares. I kid. Anyway.
What's your guess?
Well, that's not a rat for starters.
But you saw him. He's a rat, isn't he?
He looks like a rat. Who's to say he's not a polymorph tanuki, or glamored fox, or even a unicorn?
Okay, you've lost me.
The whole idea that what we see is exactly what's true, right? So, what if he's not a rat at all and just choosing to look like one?
Would we be able to feel it? Oh, well, technically, I guess we kind of are feeling it. Whatever. You're making it sound like he has, like, the ability to choose things and think.
And who's to say he can't? Fact is, that rat is sus. To me, anyway.
So, what did you want me to do about it? Be careful?
Well, obviously. But
I watched as he looked over the way towards the basement, thinking things over.
I might go have a look and see what I can find out. It's a new thing that came up since everything started happening.
Oh. Alright. Good luck, I guess. He might still be in the basement where I let him go.
Alright.
One last thing. Have you seen Dean at all today? Since breakfast, I mean.
Why?
Just wanted to go looking for him.
I think I saw Dean heading outside to the backyard. I don't know where he would have gone from there, but that's the last I saw of him.
Alright. Thanks. Let me know how your investigation into the rat goes.
Oh, don't worry. I will. Assuming I can find him. Wish me luck.
Hopping off of the stairs, he wandered towards the basement and disappeared out of sight, heading down the steps. Once he was gone, I wandered over to the backyard in search of Dean. Dean? Yo, Dean, what's up, my dude? Dean, where are you? What am I saying? I made my way quickly over to the greenhouse. I made my way quickly over to the greenhouse, closing the door behind me and breathing out as my heart rate leveled out again. Dean, are you in here?
Dave, pleasant surprise seeing you here.
Yeah, just came to see what you were doing.
Just tending to a couple of things. Was actually just tending to a couple of things. Was actually going to try whittling something for you, given it's been a while.
Aw, you were... Wait, what?
Whittle. Wood carve. You know.
Oh, neat.
Everything alright?
Yeah, just... Yeah.
That doesn't sound very convincing.
He patted me firmly on the shoulder, and then promptly knocked me backwards into a bag of potting soil so I was sitting down.
Curse you for knocking me down, Dean! Curses Dean for knocking me down! What's on your mind, handsome?
Just troubled about some stuff. You know? The usual.
Well, that's not good. That's well, the usual.
Sure, but there's just a lot going on. Hell, even Thanatos showed up again this morning. Wait, Thanatos. I got it right this time, I swear. Thanatos.
The rat?
Wait,
The rat?
yeah. Dean scratched his chin and sat down next to me, thinking it over.
What did he want?
I don't know. But Roswell and Orlando showed up, and then we moved him just so we could. Don't know, but Roswell and Orlando showed up, and then we moved him just so he wasn't in the kitchen.
So he was hungry.
But if he was a robot, he wouldn't want to eat anything.
You never know. He might want. Don't say it, Dean. Don't say it. He might want chips.
Ugh! God damn it, Dean, how could you? Chips?
Microchips?
Oh my god. I gave Dean a half-hearted chuckle, but then shrugged. I guess I'll ask him next time I see him.
That's the spirit.
He got up again, picking up a knife and a small piece of wood. As he joined me again on the bags of soil, he set the knife down nearby and started looking over the block of wood carefully. So, this is what you're going to be doing today.
Well, hey, I have a deadline, don't I?
For what?
Tonight?
Oh, right. The thing Tyson told me about. The thing tonight, I mean.
That's right.
He nodded, setting the piece of wood down to my face. He nodded, setting the piece of wood down to face me properly, looking me over.
You excited?
For the thing tonight? Maybe a little.
Only a little? Well, that's disappointing.
No, I mean, I guess I'm curious about what's involved and what's going to happen, but I guess I'll just keep an open mind.
I think that's not a bad way to look at it. After all, it could go terribly for all we know. At least we'll have a story to tell after.
I hope so. Something nice would be, well, a nice change of pace.
Well, then hopefully all goes well.
Does that mean I should go find something else to do in the meantime? Like, if you're going to spend the time until then working on the, I gestured at the wood beside him and got a quick series of nods.
If you don't mind, yeah. Won't be much of a surprise if I don't get to finish it in time.
Alright, that's fine. I suppose I can catch up with you later, right?
Looking forward to it.
Dean saw me out before I closed the door behind me so he could focus on his carving. The air was still fresh and crisp, and for a brief moment I forgot about how exposed I was out here. Immediately my eyes went to the trees, but I found myself staring beyond longer than normal. Not because I saw something, but maybe I was getting used to it again. Slowly. It didn't make me hesitate in getting back inside. The moment I closed the door behind me, turned around, I noticed Ty standing by the door leading into the dining room, watching me. Ty?
Hey.
What's up?
Nothing.
Oh. He was picking at the fur on his arm again, frowning.
What were you doing outside?
Just talking to Dean, you know? About the thing tonight.
Right.
Are you, good? You've been a little,
Fucking great. Why?
Did you sleep well?
Dave, what do you want?
I'm just worried about you.
I'm fine.
You're not Ty. Or at least something happened this morning. A little last night and just... I don't know.
So, I'm not allowed to have shit. So, I'm allowed to have shit going on.
But not telling me? Did I do something wrong?
No.
But you were so... cold. He sighed, shrugging.
Look, if it'll make you feel better, we can go watch a movie.
Really?
Doesn't sound too excited.
I just like doing stuff together. It's an improvement over this morning, too. He rolled his eyes. He rolled his eyes at me. Maybe my excitement... he rolled his eyes at me. Maybe my excitement a little too apparent.
You can go watch it yourself.
No. I'll be good. He wandered upstairs with Tyson leading the way, heading right into the rec room. I went and grabbed some beanbags while Ty busied himself with picking out a movie, and before long, he returned to push me back into my seat and sat down next to me.
There, happy?
I guess. He pressed play as the movie started. Some scary looking movie, but it became clear pretty quick as to what it was meant to be a comedy. It was a nice distraction, but I kept catching myself looking across at Tyson sitting there while tugging at his fur. Shuffling closer, I rested my head onto his shoulder, and near immediately he had his arm around me, lightly rubbing up my upper arm. I could feel him relax a little under my head, and I could hear him let out a heavy breath that he must have been holding. Soon after, he sank back into the beanbag to get comfortable. Then, when the movie was done, he didn't budge. Instead, he just stared at the main menu screen of the DVD when it had looped back to it. I liked that one.
Me too.
Did you want to watch another? He tensed and pulled away, sitting up again.
Maybe.
I put a hand on his leg and he flinched slightly, but kept his eyes forward. Are you okay?
Don't know.
Can I help you find out? Somehow?
I don't know.
Then what do you know? What's going on in your head, Ty? He flexed his fists briefly, looking sideways at me as he hung his head.
You like Dean, right?
Dean's pretty good, yeah. Why?
Nah, no reason.
Apologies, I'm just gonna change something. Wrong screen. Oh. I think I may have messed up something. Apologies. Uh-oh. Oh, they went down. Shoot, sorry about that. Can everybody hear the desktop audio now? Oh, crap. Okay, sorry, fixed it. Had to do some quick change. I was having a little issue. I'm back. Hey, Let's keep going.
Nah, no reason.
You can't just ask me to. You can't just ask me that and expect me to think there wasn't a reason you were asking, Ty.
Okay, maybe there's a reason. So what?
It's bothering you, it's what. Or something is. But this is the only thing you've given me to work with.
Are you happy?
Where's this coming from?
Shit. I don't know. Maybe because I care.
Hold on. Oh, I was just making sure it did go silent. Because I'm like, shoot, I was just testing the audio.
Yeah, I don't know. Because maybe I care.
I know you care, Ty. Or at least I hope you do. I'm just confused. I really don't know how I'm meant to be helping, or if I can at all at this point.
Then why the fuck are you trying?
Because I care, Ty. You're like family.
You're not going to tell me some bullshit like you love me, are you?
Now it was my turn to flinch. And I leaned back, not sure how to take that.
Because if you are, save it. I don't want to hear it.
Okay. Well, I trailed off, shrinking into the beanbag and staying quiet. Ty shifted through a few motions on his face before once again sighing and turning to me.
Look, why don't you put on another movie? We could just keep hanging out.
Okay, sure. I got up and did just that, returning to my beanbag and sitting down. The movie played out in the same way as the first. Both of us seemed to be sitting next to each other, The movie played out in the same way as the first, but both of us seemed to be sitting next to each other, shell-shocked. We didn't speak until that movie was done, too. And without waiting for him to ask, I got up and went to change to the next one. But he reached out and grabbed my hand and yanked me back into my seat, getting up and asserting his turn to change the movie. Then, through that movie, I was uncomfortable. Not watching it in favor of watching Ty. Also not watching the movie, instead staring into space. Ty? He looked across to me. A slit tilt in his head and the quirk of his brow wondering what I wanted. Are you... okay? Like, really?
This again. This again.
Yeah, this whole thing is nice, but it just doesn't feel right. Something about it feels off.
You're welcome to leave if you want.
But I don't want. I want to be with you.
Why?
Because I like being with you?
Why?
Because you're... my brother.
Your brother.
Right. You're my brother.
Your fucking brother.
Right?
I'm not that, though. Am I?
What do you mean? Of course you are. The fur on his neck bristled and he snarled lightly.
No, I'm not. Those papers never got signed, Dave.
Papers don't matter. Only thing that matters is how we feel about it, right? I went to hug him, assuming that would be enough to show him I cared, but he roughly shoved me back into my spot.
Don't fucking touch me.
But, what? What did I do?
You want to know what you did? What you fucking did to me?
I didn't. He shifted so he looked bigger, and then kind of shrank into my beanbag, scared and confused.
I was perfectly fine living my life assuming everyone was the worst. That life just sucks because I was putting up with it.
I went to speak, but he clamped my muzzle shut with a hand.
Then you fucking came along when I'm about to be expelled and offered me help. Then you fucking came along when I'm about to be expelled and offered me help when I had been nothing but an asshole to you and your friends.
He snarled a little now, and he didn't dare to move in case his grip on me tightened.
Then you started bringing me food. Your dad taught me to drive. All this good shit that I never had at home.
My eyes were wide, wondering what was happening. How I could try and calm Tyson down, but the moment I went to move, his hand grip turned painfully tight, making me yelp.
Then David dies, and it's back to square one, except now I've got you to take care of. If people up and leaving is going to hurt that bad, then fuck it. I'm going to leave first.
Gripping me tightly one last time, he pushed me deeper into the beanbag before letting me go, standing up.
Here we are, being all close and gay and shit. Here we are being all close and gay and shit when you have a date with Dean tonight. It's so messed up, Dave.
But... Ow. I struggled to get to my feet and rubbed my nose as I thought of what to say. I'm sorry.
No, you don't get to be sorry.
What? I don't.
You want to be sorry, then you have to fucking fix this. Fix what you did to me.
What? What did I do? I don't understand.
Of course you don't understand. Why the fuck would you get it?
I felt stupid, not knowing exactly what was wrong or what to do, so I just stood there dumbfounded. What was even happening? Where was this coming from so suddenly? Ty. Listen.
Don't you say another word.
No, listen, Ty! Once again, he had his hand on my muzzle and he was gripping me tighter than before.
You say what I think you're going to say now. Ow!
He huffed out but didn't move his hand.
Get this through your fucking skull, Dave. After this month, I'm leaving. We get off this mountain, I'm gone. And if it makes it that much easier for you to accept it, then listen to what I'm about to say. Listen damn good.
He got in close to me and spoke barely a whisper, holding eye contact with me.
I don't love you. Not as a brother. Not as a fucking boyfriend. Or anything. So you leave me fuck alone.
words had stunned me, and he left quickly after that. Quietly, just as quietly as I found myself back on the beanbag, staring at the screen we'd been watching movies together on. What had happened? What had I gone wrong? What did I do? All these thoughts happening as I felt the tears just falling down my eyes and down my face. I curled up tight, confused and scared, hurt and confused somewhat in my chest or stomach, I don't know. All I knew is that it hurt in a way I just hadn't experienced before, and it sucked. At some point I must have fallen asleep from the exhaustion, as I felt a familiar warm hand on my face some unknown time later. As I opened up my eyes, Orlando was kneeling next to me, looking concerned, and rightly so. Are you okay? I flashed him a smile, but it broke immediately. Face a low whine and a few little snobs. Dave, what's wrong? What happened? I clung to his front unashamedly, wiping my face on his shirt while he stroked my back. Tyson. He... In the moment, I didn't think about what mentioning his name might mean, because Orlando to do. But he just remained stroking my back, only hesitating for a moment upon hearing the name. Did he hurt you? Pushing back from him to wipe my eyes on my sleeve, he let me fall carefully back into the beanbag while he sat cross-legged on the floor in front of me. Did he hit you? What did he do to you? He just... That sinking feeling returned. A special one that I remembered way back from when Dad died. I could hear it in my voice through this time, though. And I could feel it in my face as everything relaxed. Not in a good way, but that defeated, sad way. But I just stopped feeling. He said he doesn't love me. At all. Well, said such mean things. All I wanted to do was help and be there for him. Now, I just... Lifting my head to look at Orlando took everything I had, and even then I managed to crack a smile. I'm sorry, don't. I guess I was wrong about him. He wanted to say something but was holding back. I could just tell from how the corners of his mouth were pulled back. It's alright. You can say it. I think there's a lot to unpack when it comes to Tyson. But even then, the person that knows him best would be you. Yeah, Well, I thought so too. But now I'm just sore. In here? Carefully, he touched my chest, and I nodded slowly. Okay. Well, He took my hands, and with some effort, he pulled me to my feet. Come with me for a bit. Okay. We went into his bedroom and he closed the door behind us, sighing. I didn't look around all that much. Felt his hand take mine as he guided me over to the door to the bathroom. What are we doing? You're going to have a shower. You're going to get under that hot water and just relax a little. Wash your face so you don't feel gross. And when you're done, I'll be here with a fresh towel and some new clothes. Okay. So go on. Go get relaxed and I'll see you in a bit. I wandered into the bathroom and leaned back against the door, just listening. I heard Orlando wander around for a bit before leaving the room. And that's when I figured I should do as he said. Under the water, I felt a little better. Or at least once I got to washing my face, I did. But with the clean face came a different kind of tiredness. Maybe not quite apathy. Maybe not actual fatigue, but I was tired. Stepping out of the bedroom, I felt warm and fresh. But there was a level of numbness that I couldn't quite shake. I'm out of the shower. I can see that. Come here. He waved a brush at me and I shuffled over to the bed to sit next to him. Do you feel any better? A little. Orlando went about brushing and I let him work over my fur. I stared off, thinking about Tyson, worrying about him, and trying to figure out what went wrong and when. Am I a bad person? Don't you start thinking you're in the wrong here, Dave. But I must have done something wrong, right? For that to just happen. Tyson has issues. I have issues. Well, yes, but everyone has issues. Tyson's are just Tyson-sized. What's that even mean? I guess what I'm trying to say is that whatever issues he's got, they're made to be issues for him. Why do I feel like one of his issues? Or maybe I'm not anymore. I don't know. Dave, listen to me. You're a handsome, loving, amazing guy. You always put others first. You've always seen the good in people before the bad. Even Tyson. I grunted, leaning a little more into the brush. I guess what I'm trying to say is that if you being the kind of person you are is an issue for Tyson, then I don't think that's something you should worry about changing. If he can't appreciate the good in you, Then good riddance. You just say that because of past history. I'm saying that because I'm right. If he wants to be an asshole, then let him. You have better things to worry about. Kid, I tell you something, Orlando. Of course. I'm scared I'm losing my brother over something I don't understand. I can only imagine. I think I love him. Maybe. But this is all so confusing. I thought it'd be simpler. I sniffled inside, rubbing my eyes with Orlando, brushing me all the while. If I lost Tyson, I don't know. Loving people isn't easy, Dave. Take that from me. Why is that? Just speaking from personal experience. Oh. I hung my head a little more, eyes locked on the floor between my feet. Orlando? Yeah? Do you love me? He froze mid-stroke, carefully and slowly finishing the path that the brush was taking before slapping it against his other palm. Or at least that's what it sounded like. Of course I do, Dave. We all do. That's not what I meant. Love is complicated, Dave. It's not the easiest thing to figure out, so I don't want to give you the wrong answer. He whined and he wrapped his arms around me, giving me a squeeze. I know you're dear to me, and I wish you every happiness. I just don't think I could provide it for you this time. Sorry. Don't be sorry. You haven't done anything wrong. How about tonight just the two of us make some sweets and just binge eat and talk about boys? You know how they're stupid. I can't tonight. I have the thing with Dean. You still want to do that? I think so. It might be a nice distraction, Ange. You know, Dean likes me. I don't think that's the best idea, but it's up to you, really. I still want to go on the date thing. It might help me forget about everything with Ty only for a night, too. You're sure this is what you want? I turned around and flashed him a smile. It wasn't entirely genuine, but I wanted something that was a distraction to how I was feeling. Truthfully, the prospect of a night with Dean still sounded fun. I'm sure. Well, okay. Yeah, right. Okay. I should probably get ready for that, huh? That makes two of us. What do you mean? I'll leave that part as a surprise. But for now, change into these and do what you have left to do. He patted a neatly folded set of clothes that I recognized as my own, and he hopped off the bed. You went into my room and took your clothes? Well, you weren't going to go wearing mine now, were you? I'd consider it. But yes, I went and got you some of your clothes. I'll see you downstairs when you're ready. Oh dear God, I have to ban somebody. Well, that was a first. Jesus Christ, I had to do it like 4 times. Whoever botted that was horrible. God, that spam bot, that sucked. Never had that before, that's crazy. Yes, of course, love is mentioned. Well, we'll see you downstairs when you're ready. Orlando left me to get changed, and I started to have second thoughts around the time I was putting my shirt over my head. Wandering from Orlando's room, I went back to mine to see if Tyson was there. And to my relief, he wasn't. I didn't realize I was hoping he wouldn't be there until I'd arrived. But as I was fixing my fur in the mirror, I was caught off guard by the sound of someone knocking on my bedroom door. Hello?
Dave!
Dean's sing-song voice carried through the door as I wandered over to open it, taking one last breath before I turned the handle. Put on the best smile I can manage.
Well, hey there.
Hey, Dean. He reached out for my hand and I took his, finding it closing around mine.
I've got a treat for you.
Oh, yeah?
At least I hope so. Come on.
As quickly as he showed up, he guided me forward with barely enough time to close the door to my room.
Looking forward to this?
I think so.
Nervous?
Something like that, yeah.
Don't worry, I'm in the same boat.
He approached the doorway to the dining room and stopped short, knocking lightly on the door frame.
Hello?
Wait, did they just post more? Okay, I just saw something, like, but that was just in a different part. Okay, yeah. My OBS chat doesn't update some of these things. I'm gonna fucking kill this mic. Are you sure this is the wrong mic? This better be the right mic. Because I'm using, like, this analog mic. I need to listen back to these recordings, because I'm not sure if just the mic is shit or what's going on. Oh well. Oh, I think I know why. Jesus Christ, have I been doing it with the wrong mic the whole time?
Great. This is just great. This has been a fantastic stream so far. I'm ready to just bang my head in. Oh my lord. I can't believe I've been doing that on the wrong... I had done this thing this morning where I streamed on a different setup. I'm about to actually just lose it. Oh god. Yeah, this time it was OBS, not my other setup. Sorry about that, everyone. Anyway, let's get going.
Hello?
Welcome.
I have a reservation for 2. Should be under Dean.
I looked between the two of them, and a goofy smile forming off my face from how dumb this was sounding. But something about it was sweet. And made me chuckle all the same. Ah yes, right this way, gentlemen. Orlando wandered into the dining room again with a spring in his step, and I felt Dean's hand squeeze mine gently.
have some dinner?
We were taken to the far end of the room where two places were set, close by to the kitchen where Orlando gestured for us to sit down. Dean hurried over and pulled out a chair for me, and I sat, holding on as he pushed me quickly before sitting down himself. So?
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 A bit fancy, huh? Took a fair bit to get a reservation.
But Dean, this is just... you know.
Oh, I know. But all things considered, I didn't do a bad job, huh?
But what did it take to throw together?
A few favors, nothing wrong with that, really. Plus, picking the right time. You sure did.
Sorry, Dave. You sure did pick a time. Yeah.
Well, it was either now or never, in my opinion. Well, if not now, when?
But with everything that's been going on, do you really think it's, like, appropriate?
I do. Everyone needs a break from worrying about things, and something nice to break stuff up can just... I don't know. Reset things.
I don't think I get it. Do you mean, like, make us start worrying all over again?
Oh no, more like unbottling all the worry, if only for just a little bit.
Before I could get a word out, Orlando came back with some soup and sat in front of us. Pumpkin, likely to use up what we had carved from the big one in the greenhouse. And thanks, Shin, for helping me fix it. Yeah, my camera didn't record. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear about that. Yeah, technology is stupid. So, yeah. Yeah, it's always, good to know that, even if people think we're professionals at this, we're really not. Nobody's perfect. Yeah, have fun with work. Thank you, Mr. Shin. Very nice. If Orlando is our waiter, weren't we meant to get menus or something?
Not this time. I figured I'd let it be his call. He seems to know what you like, and I'm pretty easy to please.
You had no say for what we were eating at all?
I may have picked something for dessert.
That sounds like you absolutely did. What did you go with?
That ruins the surprise, wouldn't it?
I looked down at the soup and it gave it a taste. I looked down at the soup and gave it a taste. Orlando wasn't one to disappoint, though, with what appeared to be some sort of white cheese crumbled over the top, and what seemed like almonds sprinkled over it. This is the fanciest pumpkin soup I've ever had.
Don't worry, it won't cost you anything. Oh, my treat tonight.
He wiggled his eyebrows and I shot him a look, the both of us chuckling before digging in. When we were done, Orlando came back out and took the bowls away, saying our main courses weren't far off. He's not seriously running everything by himself over there, is he?
Well, I don't think Sal will be helping him all that much. Maybe washing dishes.
What about Roswell? What about Roswell and Haas? I feel bad, kind of. Being in here by ourselves?
Nope. I asked them to this afternoon as part of the favors. They have dinner already squared away in there. Think Haas and Roswell are going to go do something together tonight anyway.
Like what?
Didn't say. Honestly, didn't really worry about it so much given what I just wanted to spend the night with you instead.
Huh.
Why, huh?
Oh, it's a nice feeling, that's all.
Well, good. That was the plan anyway. Ooh. Then the main course came out, and I caught Orlando giving me a wink as he set the food down in front of us. I wasn't sure what he was signaling, but everything looked great.
Nothing beats fresh pasta, huh?
We're not going to do it like the dogs do, right?
Wait, what?
You know, with the pasta in their mouths and whatever.
Oh, no, not this time. Might be a little messier than what I was expecting. Plus, we still have a little dessert to get to.
Probably a good idea, yeah.
Ah, before I forget. Here.
He placed down in front of me a small wood carving. I set my fork down immediately to have a look at it. It's a hyena! Wow!
Well, I tried anyway. I'm glad to know you could recognize it.
I'm honestly imagining like the hyena from like that one bowling meme where like the hyena's wearing the socks. Like it's gonna just look like that asset. Like if you know the one, you know. Like the 3D modeled hyena. It's very distinct. Anyway. It's mostly the teeth. Although I think I'm just a special case.
Special in what way?
I'm so confused about the endings. I don't know if I even got a good ending. I probably screwed something up. I think it's mostly my family that has the pronounced teeth. I've seen it in others, but I don't think it's like a thing that hyenas need.
Still think it's cute though.
I chuckled as I turned the carving over in my hand. But this is cool. I like this.
Then I'm glad. Pretty happy with how it came out, although it was a little rushed.
My stomach felt full and warm, and as the meal had been progressing, I found myself just being content in the moment. It was nice, and I found myself all the more thankful that Dean had decided to put all of this together. And here's dessert. Enjoy. I looked down at the slice of pie in front of me. It smelled tangy and sweet, delicate but inviting all the while. Ooh, lemon pie.
Not just any lemon meringue pie.
What's wrong?
Nothing. At least I don't think so. Just wondering something.
Like what? I'd gone ahead and tucked into my dessert, finding the flavors on my tongue making me smile.
I asked for pie, but I didn't expect this kind of pie.
Do you not like it?
No, it's not that. It's... Somebody used to make pie just like this for me back in school is all.
Oh, somewhat special.
You could say that, yeah. I've got an ex-boyfriend of sorts, but
Dean took his fork to the pie and closed his eyes briefly, putting it into his mouth. What I didn't expect was a frown to form after. Does yours not taste good?
I'm just a little worried as to where Orlando got this recipe from.
Maybe it's just been so long that I'm imagining things, but
still.
Could always ask him.
True.
As if on cue, Orlando had reappeared to check in on things. Was everything alright? Can I get you to anything else? Dean was wondering where the recipe for the pie came from. Sorry, but that's a closely guarded secret. Was gifted that by my coach.
Ah, right. Well, alright.
Besides, no offense, but I don't think you'll be able to pull off this recipe anyway.
What makes you say that?
Well, what was it?
Wait.
Well, I can't even say anything. Well, there was his friend Raimi said again, something about, did you just, Raimi? Oh boy. What? I hadn't gone to saying anything yet. No, before that. You said Raimi. Oh yeah. Watanuki-senpai taught me this recipe. Taught me a few others, but figured I'd bust this one out, given he'd said he tested it with bears before. Uh-oh. I looked between Dean and Orlando, slowly piecing it together. Granted, bears always seemed to be a touchy subject with him. Ever since what his ex did to him, he always seemed to find it kinda tough to talk about. Had me promise I wouldn't let a bear break my heart too. The guilt on Dean's face was all too clear, and he shrank in his chair. No! But it's a good recipe. At least I think so. Yeah, I think the pie is pretty good, yeah. What's gotten into you, Dean? You're the one that asked for the pie. I did think you'd be making his pie, though. Uh-oh. 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 I watched as Dean and Orlando stared at each other, eyes wide. One looked panicked, the other slowly piecing things together as I continued to enjoy my pie. Wait. You. Oh no! Dean threw his hands up. Me? You? And Raimi? Seriously? This might be bad time, but can I have more pie? Orlando slid what piece was left on Dean's plate over to me and stared Dean down. I was a little worried when Dave said that he had a bear show interest in him, but now it all makes sense. What makes sense? You and I are going to have a long talk after this, Dean. A long talk. What did I do? You know what you did to that Tanuki. If you think I'm going to let you do the same thing to Dave, you've got another thing coming. But that was how long ago? What? Like, Dean hasn't done anything bad to me so far, so... Oh, how long ago would it have been? Can we talk about Raimi later? I didn't know you two knew each other, but... Okay, fine. Let me go get you a new piece of pie, too. Sorry about that. What for? Sounds like I should be apologizing for, being there for that. It's alright. Probably better that it's out in the open now anyway. Orlando returned with another piece of pie, but gave Dean a weary look. The rest of the dessert was spent quietly before Dean rose from his chair and looked out the window. I got up and saw Orlando come to clear the plates away. He gestured for me to go to Dean while he cleaned up. Dean took me by the hand and led me outside. Closing the door behind us, he took me by the hand to the stairs at the end of the deck and sat down, bringing me with him. This is nice. I looked across to Dean, who was looking up at the sky, dusk slowly shifting into night as more stars came into view. But his smile slowly faded, and that instead he just looked like he was thinking hard about something. Dean? What's up? Nothing, I think. You were just zoning out a little. Ah, right. He played with his hands briefly, looking away. Did you have a good time tonight? What? Of course I did. Dinner was great, and I have this too. I pulled out the small figurine that he'd given me from my pocket, holding it at eye level. What wasn't there to like? Right. Good. But his tone hinted that things weren't good and he was just being polite. What's wrong? I'm going to sound like a jerk for this. Oh. I had a great time, honest. But something just didn't spark. I assumed it would like last time, but nothing. I blinked, unsure of what to make of it. Immediately, I started to wonder if I did something wrong, or said something to upset him, but he continued. I mean, do I think you're cute? Yes. Do I like you a whole lot? Absolutely. He looked at me, looking ashamed. I think I like you too much for the wrong reasons. I think I love you, but not romantically. Not anymore, anyway. Oh, I frowned. Not out of anger, but confusion. The feeling in my chest made me feel like I was hurting, but I couldn't place how or why specifically. I'm so sorry, Dave. This sucks. I started to chuckle, feeling that my eyes start to water. I couldn't tell if they were tired from being tired, or from being genuinely upset, but I was laughing all the same. This really sucks. I don't know. I know that I'm screwing this up. I made that mistake once already with Raimi. I don't want to go and do wrong by someone else I care about. But what about my feelings? Why don't I get a say? Can't we try and make it work anyway? He seemed a little stunned at my question, looking me over, trying to figure out something. What if I love you? What then? I'm sorry, but As he fumbled over his words, I felt angry, scared, and betrayed. Not just from Dean, but myself, and I think that was making it worse. Close your eyes, Dave. The single comment shook me out of my building distress, and I looked at him confused. Huh? Why? Just do it, please. It was reluctant, but I did it anyway. Good. Okay. Now take a deep breath, and I want you to think about something. What? Now, really, think about this. When you close your eyes and think about the person you like the most, who is it? It's... No, you don't need to tell me. I felt Dean put his hand on my face, and I trembled as I felt him get closer. But the contact never came. Instead, I heard the unmistakable sound of the door behind us opening. No! No! Tyson, no! Tyson, please! Why are you killing me, game? This is not fair. No, not fair. Dean pulled back slowly, looking at Tyson with a weary gaze, uneasy. My eyes flicked between the two of them, comparing how Dean was stoic and Ty was struggling to process what was happening. What the? Oh, right. Figures. Fuck you two! Wait, Ty! I was half up before he disappeared back inside, and I felt a sinking feeling somewhere in the claws in my chest. What was going on? How was he behaving this way despite what happened earlier? I could feel my breathing pick up at the moment, but Dean grabbed my hand. But the moment Dean grabbed my hand, I froze. Go make sure he's alright. But I'll be fine. He probably needs you right now. Once more I was confused, but my legs were already moving, scrambling towards the door and throwing it open so I can give chase. He wasn't in the foyer, which made sense from how quick he was to leave, but I wondered where he would have gone. The gym, maybe? Seemed too obvious, but something was drawing me upstairs. Followed my gun and I headed to his bedroom. The door was ajar when I got there, and I eased it open to see him sitting on the edge of the bed with his face buried in his hands. Ty! Closing the door behind me, I wandered closer and heard the sounds of sobbing. He didn't move, didn't flinch. As far as I knew, he didn't know I was there. I eased myself down next to him, unsure of what to say. Thankfully, he spoke first. I'm so fucked up. These words came out as a croak, followed by him wiping his nose on the back of his arm. He was trying hard not to look at me, but once or twice, I saw him look over only to dip his gaze away soon after. What do you mean? I could see the snarl before it started, but the moment I leaned back, he grabbed fistfuls of his own fur and struggled as he tugged. All the shit I said before. Oh. Yeah. Okay. And here I go fucking ruining your date or whatever. Why the hell did you come up here? Why the hell did you come up here anyway? I don't know. Fuck. Just thinking about you two like that. Walking in on that. He trailed off there, replacing words with a growl. His fists were clenched, at least having moved away from his fur, but seemed to threaten to draw blood from how tense he was. I'm such a fucking coward. Why? That should have been me. That should have been you? Kissing me? What do you think? I don't know. I don't know, Ty. His eyes were scanning me, trying to find something to say, but I got in first. I don't know what's going on between us. I don't know how much I can help. I don't know what happened. I don't know why you were being all close to me, only for you to say such mean things earlier today. It sucked. I breathed in, continuing and putting on my serious face. I assumed that if I stopped, I'd lose my momentum. It hurt. Worse than you ever hurt me before, and I was scared, confused, torn between hating you and hating myself for letting it happen. And I go on Dean's date to try and have something nice, and all you can think about is what? Whether or not you hate me. He grabbed me quickly by the collar, his eyes wide and fiery, and the corners of my mouth turned up to bare teeth. I would never hate you. Then why? What would ever make you be so mean to me? We stayed in silence without an answer for a few moments before I felt his hands flex against my fur and watched as he looked away to breathe in deep. When he turned to me again, he had an intense stare, as if sizing me up. Tyson? He breathed in deep again before almost bellowing out his words as if in a defiance of what they meant. Fuck, I'm a fucking queer. I'm a fucking queer, alright? My my god. The absurdity of it made my mouth twitch upwards, despite a deep panic to not want to annoy Tyson further. Oh, that said, it did stop that trademark chuckle, and with it, Tyson roughly adjusted his grip on me again. He pulled me into him, our noses touching, but it was enough to stop me laughing. Not that it did anything to get rid of the smile on my face. Don't you dare fucking laugh! I'm sorry? I snickered a little more, but not really sure of what to say or do, or what was appropriate as far as a reaction. God, just fuck it. Oh my god! This really happened? No way. Oh my god. This is just crazy. I'm blushing. Whew. It was only a slight adjustment, but rather than our noses touching, I had his mouth against mine in a kiss. Or what could be called one. There's no technique, and it was closer to him just pressing his mouth against mine. But the moment I parted my mouth, he seemed to relax and he leaned in harder, pulling me closer too. It felt so surreal having him like this, and I didn't even know what to do with my hands. Without breaking the kiss, he pushed me back on the bed, causing me to squeak against his tongue. But not for 1 second did he stop, even as he shifted how we were in bed to be more comfortable. Gasp. After a couple of minutes, he pulled back, both of us breathing heavy. I looked up at him, stunned, and he looked back at me in a mix of disbelief and fear. Ty? Yeah? Did you just... Oh, shut up. I have something I need to say first. What? I love you. God, I know it's fucked up. I know that it's wrong and all the other bullshit that goes with this. I don't know shit about how all this is meant to work, but that's the one thing I do know. That... That... You love me? Yeah. I'm so glad we finally got it. He nodded slowly, his expression unchanging. I really fucking do. As a brother? He huffed and leaned back, scratching his neck. If it's as a brother, that's pretty fucked up. I don't know why you're the one that does these things to me, but I hate it. What kinds of things? It was at that moment I realized how he'd shifted us, with my rear in his lap. I just assumed one day you'd be all over me and I wouldn't have to ask. That I could just figure it out and play it off as you just helping you out. When you experiment being gay or whatever. But I came out to you, Ty. Before Dad or before Orlando? I told you first. I didn't need it to experiment. Look, I don't know how this works. I don't like guys, don't like girls, I don't like anyone like this. Dean, have you ever considered that you might be demisexual? Anyway, his hand flexed on my hip and his ears drooped. I hate not knowing what's happening to myself or why you're just... The one thing I can't explain about where I fit in the world. He's Dave-sexual. But I know you're the exception. Why didn't you say anything? Cause I was shit scared what it mean, or what your dad would think. I shifted up onto my elbows and he leaned back to give me the space. I think he would have been fine with it. Look, I'm sorry. I fucked up your night. I'm a piece of shit for saying stuff earlier. But now you know. I don't think I'll properly know how... I don't think I'll properly know until I've had time to, like, process it. He nodded slowly and sighed, looking off to the side. But Ty? He looked at me, confused and curious. I had no idea what was going on through my head, but I know I had a choice to make. What? I wonder what choice we're gonna make. Te amo. Ikaw vanyao. I love you. Oh my god. Really? Even after? Dear God, what is happening? Can I report a user? Oh my god, who the heck keeps... Begone, bot. Clever. I don't know why I got a bot in my chat. I've never had this happen before. I don't know how to ban... I can only report them. That's the thing. I wish I could, like, actually ban them. Because all I got is report, remove, and to put the user in timeout. Another 300 seconds, jeez. They have been banned for 600 seconds. Who the... I just mentioned love, and they just started putting... What the fuck? YouTube has a problem. Anyway. Really? Even after? There was a hint of disbelief in his voice, even at a whisper, but I nodded to him. Might be, actually, I don't know. Yes, there was a hint of disbelief in his voice, even at a whisper, but I nodded to him. A few more moments passed before he kissed me again, building to that same intensity of when he kissed me the first time. There was enough of a pause to remove my shirt than his, but that was it before it became very clear where it was going, and we were getting there fast. I might have to censor. We'd both wanted it, and even after joking about it for a while, we were both eager. Just feeling him against me felt like this was right. It made me feel wanted, and for now, everything else could just wait until after I'd had my moment with my wolf. The two of us were out of breath. My rear was sore, and for the most part, we were sticky. That was... They held hands. Oh my god, no wonder they're so sticky. That was... I could describe it, and from how Ty was tightly holding my hand, he had the same idea. Even being stuck together for a bit, just writing things out was full of feelings I never felt before, and part of me was eager to try again soon. You alright? His voice was softer, relaxed, as if he were whispering only to me. I think so. Come on, shower time. You stink. Stinky Yeen. Aww.
He scrambled off the bed and dragged me along with him, pushing us under the water the moment it was hot. Can't have you smelling like me right now. Why not? He just looked at me from over my shoulder, and I could feel him riding up under my tail, getting excited all over again. Can't say shit like that to me. He'll get me going again. Did you want to go again? Fuck yes, I do, but what? Tell me again, Dave. I want to hear you say it. So this isn't just some fucked up dream I'm having. What? That I love you? What thumps of his tail hitting the tiles next to us made me smirk, and he rested his chin on my neck. One more time. I love you, Ty. I really don't deserve you. I hope you know that. And before that wolf eats your grandma, give that wolf a banana. Hey! I can't believe I managed to pull in that reference. Oh man, I'm terrible. Goop boy. I love it. Goop boy. I really don't deserve you. I hope you know that. I'd work for it. I'm not going anywhere, but you hurt me like that again, and well, I barely got the words out before he had his arms around my middle, hugging me tight. Yes, deux a point. Tyson, deux a point. I'll make it up to you. Promise. You better. The others aren't gonna put up with it otherwise. He whined, but I reached back to hug him around the neck. But for now, at least you've got a boyfriend, right? Boyfriend. I could feel the corners of his mouth shift upwards and his tail started wagging all over again. He repeated the word with the slightest hint of excitement, and once more, I felt him under my tail. If that's what you want to call this, right? I do. I really do. Of course I fucking do. Well, let's get clean, so I don't smell of you, so at the very least I can go fill Tina on what happened. The wagon stopped. Right. Shit. I assume that's why you didn't want me smelling like you. Mostly just need to get used to not having to hide this sort of stuff. You're mine now, right? So, you would have been fine with me going to talk to Dean. Like that? Probably not a good idea. But God, when we're alone again, your ass is mine. Tyson, you can't just say stuff like that to me. Jesus, man. I stepped out of the bathroom refreshed while Tyson finished drying off. Ty, I'm gonna go find Dean and explain, okay? Yeah, okay. He approached me slowly, placing his hands on my shoulders. Come back soon. What? Afraid I'll be gone for too long? No. Aw, Tyson. You're gonna make me think you're a hopeless puppy at this rate. Uh-oh. I ruffled the fur around his neck, and he just stared at me unimpressed. I expected him to quip back with something, but it never came. No one calls me pup. I won't be long. Good. I'll be waiting. He wants the whole waterworks. This is why my state is having irrigation problems. Because this man's just too damn thirsty. As I came downstairs, I could already hear the yelling. It seemed to be a pattern that yelling happened right after a lull in activity, but I followed it all the same. Oh, shit. And another thing! Oh, dear God, Orlando absolutely laying into him. Oh my God, Orlando just laying hard into him. Orlando had one of his fingers directly against Dean's chest, knife in his other hand. Jesus! He stopped when he looked over at me before turning back to Dean. Saved by the hyena. Am I interrupting something? Just giving Dean a piece of my mind in regards to our mutual friend. If I had any way of contacting him or something, I'd have done so to apologize. Uh-huh. Maybe he doesn't want an apology. How do you know? You get a feeling for these sort of things. But he never told you my name. Well, no. Orlando shrank silently and Dean turned to me, looking me over. You've had a shower. I'm guessing things went well. And not to mention that you were gone for a while. Sorry, things sorta happened. But you're all good now? I think so. Things are good. Then I'm glad. Sorry that it didn't work out, but for what it's worth, if you're happy, then I am too. What didn't work out? The date? Yeah. Turns out it just wasn't meant to be. Was it something with the food? No, nothing like that. Just, where's Tyson? What do you mean, where's Tyson? No, he's gonna murder me! Oh no! Upstairs. Waiting? Waiting? Huh? Waiting for what? I'll have to tell you tomorrow. But could I borrow Dean for a moment? I guess so? But before I forget, thanks a bunch for tonight, Orlando. I had fun and the food was great. Oh, you're very welcome. Just, don't forget to fill me in on what's going on. Dean ushered me into the dining room and closed the door behind him. Well? I want to apologize again. You've got nothing to apologize for. Well, I want to apologize. Things are complicated, but I'm slowly figuring it out. As your friend, take all the time you need. I'm happy for you, really. Dean glanced back at the door quickly. Maybe give me a few days to recover, though. Disappointment and all that. Sorry. Don't be. Just do me a favor. What? If he treats you wrong, let me know, alright? I'll sort him out. Okay. I promise. Maybe I'll show him a couple of things too, depending on what happens. I think we could find something that we both like that isn't cartoons anyway. I think he'd like that. Now go on. You have a wolf to get back to. He's my wolf. I nodded, and with a wave he sent me on my way, turning around to head back into the kitchen, presumably to where Orlando still was. As for me, I headed back upstairs to where Tyson was. I got back to Tyson's room and looked around. The moment I closed the door behind me, I was grabbed and pinned against the door with another kiss. Just as clumsy as the first one. You're back. Told you I wouldn't be gone for long. You coming to bed now? You... Did you want to call it this early? I mean, we've been going for almost 5 hours. Come on, Dave. Or, He stepped forward and started to grind against me shamelessly. What he wanted was clear as anything. I chuckled nervously, finding it having a similar effect on me from the prospect of it, momentarily forgetting the tenderness in my behind from earlier. You don't want to go to sleep at all, do you? Nope. He had his hands on me again, touching without restraint. Eyes filled with a giddy hunger that made me feel small but just as eager. Like, I could totally see Dave being the bottom in this relationship. Okay, but before we do, we need to have a small talk. What was there to talk about? For starters, I want to sleep in my room, at least for tonight. Alright, well, let's go. Wait, that's not all. What else? I like what we did. I really do, but like, we don't have to do it all the time, you know? But it felt great. At least doing it with you felt great, you know? Right, but we could still just cuddle. We could talk about things. Just now we can also do that other stuff, right? He seemed to think it over as he reached out for my face. You sure? If I didn't have to go check back up on Dean, I probably would have said yes in the shower. Stop teasing me. Not my fault you've been stopping yourself from being a horn dog. I'm not a... You are, but I like it. Just don't go making dumb jokes about it. How about this? We go to my room, and we can do whatever we want. Anything. Yep. Well, shit, let's go. Let me grab some clothes or whatever. We can go to bed. He quickly moved around the room and gathered his things and marched out of the room with me in tow. He didn't even care that he was just in his boxers, and the moment we were in my room, he threw his clothes off to the side and was kissing me again. We flicked the light off and we made our way over to the bed, him undressing me along the way, and we settled into a repeat of what we'd done not even an hour earlier. Jeez, you people can go off. Sheesh. We fell asleep sometime later, exhausted and still as close together as he possibly could be. Ty holding me against his front with the two of us just as messy as we'd been before the shower. I just have to deal with it in the morning, but for now, I was happy. Beautiful. And that's where we're going to end it for tonight, because I would keep going if I was living in my own place. Actually, I don't know. It's 2 a.m. here. Probably not tonight. I'll probably sleep first and then probably do the other stream. Anyway, day 20 is in the books. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Meant to go to the title screen. Yeah, so we are done with this update, so I can't type. So yeah, oh my gosh. That's so cool. Didn't realize that once you play like an update, you get their load screen. I don't know. Do you have to play like a whole day to get this load screen? Because this is really cool. I really like Tyson's new art here. This is awesome. This is really cool. Yeah, Youngsters and their endurance. Oh, man. Oh, I just saw your donation there, Mogram. It's probably gonna pop in soon, but yeah, I just saw it here. I wonder if the alert box is not working, or if it's just late. But yeah, with a wolf in hand, to bed you shall all go. Thanks, Mogram.
Super chat.
Of course, it happens right now. Thanks, Mogram, for $13.13. Appreciate it. It's fun to do these streams, and hopefully I can have the endurance myself to do this again tomorrow. I was writing before this and was like, do I want to stream tonight? And I was like, yeah, I need to catch up on password. Yeah, kind of glad I did Tyson's update before I did day 20, just so both paths I'm doing are up to date. Yeah, then I could do day 20 in one go and just just only go through the unique parts for the other characters, or whoever I do first. I just go for them fully, then yeah, you know what I mean. Just so I don't have to repeat it twice. But yeah, this was a fun stream. I was worried it was going to turn into like a repeat of day 19 with Dean. I was like, ah, shoot, that's kind of crazy. But yeah, this was great. So yeah, this was fun writing. But yep, I am tired as all heck, so I am gonna go to bed. Sorry to end things so abruptly, but yes, I'm out of gas too, Sass. I thought the load screen was random. I didn't think so, because like, if I open it up, I'm just gonna open up like, I don't know, Dean's save here. Yeah, like if I do this, if I say I love you, will it change it back? Yeah. Oh my gosh. So, see? I guess it's, maybe I should test to see if like it's the I love you that does it. Let's just start here and go to the main menu. Hey! Yeah, I did it. You just have to play through the character's path. That's cool. More you know. It's the gay mug. Drinks from it help. I need to get my gay mug back. My gay mug, I haven't used that in months. It's been up in like my parents' cabinets, and I'm like, I need to grab it down. But I'm probably gonna drink from it again soon. Anyway, I'm tired as heck. I need to sleep. Then I could do more fun streaming and writing and doing real life stuff, I guess. Being a human being. I totally know what a human being does. I am not Mark Zuckerberg. Instantly gets my entire channel deleted because I shat on my Mark Zuckerberg. Oh man, I kid. Anyway, that's all I got for tonight. So, yes, thank you all so much for watching, and until next time, take care, folks.